Good morning. Rise and shine, mother cluckers. Today we are launching SpaceX with SpaceX. Hope you guys are feeling good today. There's no data on the screen right now, but it's about to pop off in 3 minutes. So we're a little bit early right now, and I probably should have been here, 20 minutes ago so we could talk about this because there's a lot happening right now in the stock market. The biggest IPO ever. And how could I not be here for that historic launch? 'Cause it's going to be pretty big. And if you're wondering, do I have shares? I do not have shares. And you can kind of see how I felt about it yesterday. We did a post on the channel, and I was asking, are you in or are you out? And most people, they did say they were out. They're not into this. So I get it. If you're not into it, I understand why. So we're just going to make sure that we have the screen up. Right now, TradingView is at 0. It's showing 0 data. Also in Thinkorswim, it depends on which trading program you have, but I have Thinkorswim here. We have TradingView up. So we're just going to watch it. We're going to see what happens. We've got 2 minutes now, 2-minute countdown to the bell. And it's kind of exciting. I see this as like this might end up being like, depends on which a giant penny stock program, the world's biggest penny stock. That's kind of how I see this, and I feel like it's going to gap pretty quickly, and I feel like what we're going to see is that it most likely to the bell has some kind of it's kind of exciting. I see this as like a freeze. I feel like it's going to freeze. So it's 6:29 now. We got 1 minute to go. The world's for the largest IPO in the world, and I feel like we're making history on the channel today together. So if you got your coffee, what we're going to see is got a little whiskey in there. Most likely, we're ready to see what happens with SpaceX. It's kind of exciting, I see. So I'm just going to leave this screen up right here, and we're going to refresh the page and see what these these candles do on launch. The largest IPO in the world. Probably got about 30 seconds now before. So if you got your all hell breaks loose. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page. We're ready to see, and let's see if we have any action there. That is NVIDIA. So I'm just going to leave this screen up right here. So we're going to jump back over to SpaceX, and still no data, but it is just about 6:30 right now. So we got about 30 seconds now before. So if you got your all hell breaks loose. Yeah, the market is moving hot. So if you invested in any space stocks this week, space stocks also went way up. I'm just going to leave this screen up right here. So we're going to jump back over to SpaceX. Since we're doing a sort of a financial stream today, I have to say as a disclaimer, this is not financial advice. I'm not giving you that. I'm giving you my reaction to what's happening on SpaceX today. The market is moving hot. So if you invested in any space stocks, and the bells should have rung at this point. So 6:30 West Coast time. Since we're doing a sort of a financial 9:30 East Coast time, I have to say as a disclaimer, SpaceX financial advice should be off and running. I'm giving you that. I'm giving you my reaction to what's happening. Now I was looking at Schwab, and if you have a Schwab account, it said that you can buy around $2,000 in shares, a little over $2,000 in shares to start this out. West Coast time. So I don't know how a lot of you guys feel about that. SpaceX financial advice should be off. Go back to. We don't see any data here yet on TradingView. Schwab account has said that you can buy around $2,000 in shares. NVIDIA seems to be way up in shares to start this out. West Coast time. So I don't know how a lot of you guys feel about that. SpaceX and the market is open. Go back to. We're not seeing any charts on SpaceX just yet. TradingView. Schwab account has said that you can buy around $2,000 in shares. NVIDIA seems to be way up in shares to start this out. West Coast time. So I don't know how a lot of you guys. Pretty wild stuff though. If you're into to stocks and finance. We're not seeing any charts on SpaceX just yet. TradingView. And all these other stocks are popping off. Virgin Galactic. I don't know if you guys have any of that. So I don't know how a lot of you guys pretty wild stuff. 1.8 trillion in the market value to stocks and finance. It's huge. We're not seeing any charts on SpaceX just yet. And all these other stocks are popping off. All right, Elon, let it drop. Virgin Galactic. I don't know if you guys have any of that. Pretty wild stuff. 1.8 trillion in the market value. Let me know where you're tuning in from today, you guys. Where in the world are you guys? Where are you tuning in from? How's it going, Ringo? How's it going, Dave? Ariel Boogeyman, how's it going? You guys are up early this morning. Extra early for me. So we've got Dave. Dave Nelson says he's in on for 100. Put in my IOI with Fidelity earlier this week, hoping to get in at least a few allocated. So they've got to be gone. Okay, you got some echo. It happens sometimes with OBS. Let's see if I can fix that. All right. Sometimes it picks up the computer and the mic. But we have a Shure mic here. Atlanta, nice. Colorado, Portugal. People tuning in from Europe. Man, it's got to be some wild parties out there somewhere. There's got to be a lot of money floating around for this. Cool. Yeah, I had to come in and drop out so the naughty mic that gets stuck in there sometimes. So I'm gonna hop back over to TradingView, and we're gonna see if we can get a live chart up. Finally, come on. None of these charts are loading. Very interesting. Thinkorswim and TradingView are not showing any data yet on SpaceX, and it's 6:34 a.m. So very, very interesting. I did refresh the page, and I see SpaceX is still sitting at 0%, $135 a share. It hasn't moved. Did they crash the system? Maybe. Did refresh the page because we have no data over here. I'm gonna jump over to a couple different windows here. So I'm just gonna hop over and see if we can. Just gonna go over to. So what's weird is over on Yahoo Finance, it should be right there. Should be able to see it there. And we're not, you know what? So here's what's happening. I know what's happening. We're not seeing any data right now, and I have seen this before. It's frozen. I'm pretty sure it froze on launch. A rather uneventful situation for a lot of people who are covering this live, but that means that it gapped so hard that it froze. And this is kind of like what I thought would happen. So the market has frozen the price on it temporarily, and only God knows when that's going to come back around and they're going to unfreeze it. But it has right now. It has some kind of major gap because of the volume, and I'm not totally surprised. That's pretty crazy. I was really wanting to see that first candle this morning just go boom, straight up. What I worry about, though, I worry about a lot of people losing money on this one. Putting their money down and then getting not exactly rug pulled, so to speak, but more or less like in a situation where you lose, say, 20 to 30%. like off the top. That's what I feel like. My gut feeling is that it may end up doing 20, like people may lose 20-30% because it's going to move so fast that the institutions are going to sell out quicker than you can. So that's going to make the candles drop drastically quickly when they decide to take profit. So that's a sticky situation to be in, but so interesting that TradingView again, no data on TradingView. Now, it may seem that the market may have collapsed on specifically on SpaceX stock, but it hasn't. It's just it's frozen right now. So let's check out some of the headliners as far as what's happening in the top 10. So we're going to go back to the categories, go to top 10s and top percentage of gain in the NASDAQ. Let's do top 10. Holy crap, XXII is up 2,000%. Wow. All right, let me show you that. To the categories, go to top 10s. And SpaceX still appears to be frozen, but check out XXII. NASDAQ. Let's do top 10. AERT, holy crap, up 800%. XXII is up 2,000%. Wow. 484%. Man, if you got in on that one this morning, right, that's. Let me show you that. To the categories, go to top 10s. Let's check out XXII just to make sure our charts are working here. Yeah, my charts are working. So SpaceX is definitely frozen off the bell immediately. I did try to get a couple trades going this morning when I logged into Thinkorswim. It did actually allow me to set a buy for shares, but then just to make sure our charts are working, it was denying my orders. So SpaceX is definitely frozen off the bell immediately. I did try to. So it's like yes, you can buy, but trades going this morning. We're not going to put your orders through. Into Thinkorswim, it did. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Rise and shine, mother clickers. Let's get it going. It's been a while since we did a live stream on the channel. I have some really cool projects going on. I don't know if you saw the video yesterday. You know, we can chat about drones too because that's what we're here for. My channel's primarily about drones and FPV drones. If you've never been to this channel before, welcome to some fun stuff. And yesterday's video was about going 5-inch under 250 grams. And I showed you a Racer X ETA frame. And I sort of updated it with DJI 04. And that's pretty cool because it's under 250 grams. It weighs with the battery, a 4S 720 milliamp battery, super cheap parts. You could probably build one of these for under $300 at this point. And there's two types of motors that you guys can get if you want to do a build like this. First of all, you're going to get an AIO. And this is an example of another one. Check this one out. This one is from Diatone years ago. I can't remember the name of this one, but look at this. This is incredible. This is a 5-inch that weighs in around 200 grams. It's just incredible. And with a battery, you can still get under 250 grams. It's insane. This one flew really, really smooth. This one is also a unibody, carbon unibody, XT30. Actually, this one's an XT60 in the back. This one is going to probably end up being rebuilt. And what I'll likely do is probably put some DJI 04 on this one as well. Or maybe we should try one of the P1 systems on here. Wouldn't that be pretty cool? Beta FPV P1, one of the cheaper HD systems would be fun. But this is a beautiful build. This was a bind and fly back in the day. So this one's about 6 years old, probably. Still has a FreeSky. Yeah, it does. It has FreeSky receiver on here because you see these two antennas right here. This is the way we used to do it. We'd come out from the arms with a little bit of heat shrink over top of 2 zip ties. You guys seen any movement yet on SpaceX? What's happening? SpaceX is frozen. And, I'm looking for some news like on Yahoo Finance. Just going to refresh that page again. Record breaking debut. Follow our live coverage. Maybe we should check in on the live coverage and see what these guys are saying. I'm looking at the Mag 7. I'm looking at a lot of the hot AI games, the micro SanDisk, chatter in the market. Let's see. Record breaking debut. All right. Record breaking debut. Yeah, right. Elon Musk is going to be the world's first trillionaire. We've known that data. We know about that. Yeah, Ringo says immediate circuit breaker. It did. It broke the circuit. It immediately froze. Somebody said it's fixed now. It's fixed. Oh man, it froze on launch. I mean, I'm not surprised. Let's go back and let's go back in my ticker here. Let's go to find a symbol. SpaceX does not show up on Swab yet. Still, everything's still dark there. And let's refresh trading view. SpaceX, come on, baby. Show me some bars. I want to see some candles. Still got nothing on TradingView and nothing on Thinkorswim. Yeah. What do you guys think's happening with that? What's your takeaway this morning with this? Is it still frozen where you are? Let me know in the chat if you see any bars on any different trackers out there. Because Thinkorswim, at least on the web, is showing nothing. We still got nothing here. Okay. Immediate circuit breaker for sure. So SpaceX launched and the market froze it immediately. So all of the data is locked up right now. It gapped so hard on launch that it's frozen. And so we're still finding out what's happening too.
Just kind of the opinion on having an individual human being as a trillionaire in America. What are the implications of that?
Yeah, people are still talking about people are still talking about Elon Musk being a trillionaire. I could care less about that news. I would rather know what's happening with this stock, but it looks like the Dow Jones is up 0.13. Of course it is. So you may have some unusual machines. Some people do. A lot of people in the drone industry and the FPV industry especially have some of that stock. That is been doing pretty decent lately. But in the past, I'd say 3 or 4 days, it's gone down significantly. It boosted up to around $50 a share on the high, and then it went down to $23. So we could do let's pull in an advanced chart on that, see if we can go to the last week. Let's see, the last 5 days. You can see that's a huge fluctuation for unusual machines. With the news that they got about getting more money last week, they shot way up. People put all kinds of money into it and then sold off. and I watched it go way down, way down. But this stock should keep rising because I don't think they're going to give up on this position that they're in. So for the long run, I think that Unusual Machines should do pretty well. Let me know what you guys think in the chat about this. Is the Unusual Machines, UMAC, if you were wondering. There is another drone stock that is decent, is Kratos Defense and Security Solutions. And man, they've gone way up to 130 in the last month and dropped back down to $58 a share. And looking at the 5-year on Kratos, pretty good because I was aware of them back in 2020, and their stock was way down back then. If you would have bought back in 2020, you would have quite a portfolio with some of these companies now, especially even with Unusual Machines. I remember when Unusual Machines was a couple dollars, maybe $1 a share. And at the time when it came out, I thought, well, you know, kind of, I'm not interested in that. I'm gonna wait on that. And now it's up in the $20 range, which is pretty good. I mean, considering Donald Trump Jr. is on the board, uh, so you can imagine there. Let me know where you're tuning in from. If you're just tuning in, let me know where you're coming in from. See a lot of people from all over the place today. Got people from Portugal, Colorado. We've got Jay. Jay's in from Olympic Peninsula, Washington. Man, you got some nice place to fly up there. Some really nice place to fly up there. And I got up extra early for this one this morning because I felt like this was going to be, something interesting to see, right? This would be a historic launch. But so far, we're not seeing a whole lot of anything, which is not surprising. So go back to SpaceX, and this is on Yahoo Finance. Is still locked up, and I know there's a lot of people who are probably just like foaming at the mouth for this thing to start moving because I don't know if at any point today if this thing's going to open up because of the volatility of it. But when it does, you can be damn sure that people are going to trade this thing like crazy. You're going to see some crazy highs and lows. Um, Let me know in the chat if you trade stocks or you're a day trader. Because the good thing is that you used to have $20,000 to $25,000 in your account to be able to make some day trades and make more than 3 trades without getting flagged as a pattern day trader. And now you can have $2,000 in your account and you can trade all you want. So they got rid of that rule, which actually helps out all the small accounts, which is pretty nice for the average guy, because a lot of people were not able to trade anything. Everybody's locked out. So SpaceX, everybody's talking about it, but everybody's on the edge waiting to see what these bars are going to do. The market's been open now for a little over 20 minutes. It's got to be pretty funny for all the reporters that are standing on the street reporting on this live, New York City or wherever. I do watch a couple different YouTube live streamers that do live trading. There's Trader TV. They're usually live every single morning. And record IPO, SpaceX. Looks like they're doing some vertical streaming this morning.
On this in a few minutes, but we have quite a one. Are you taking the opening?
Okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy because it is frozen. And these guys have no positions over on Trader TV. They have no positions. So they're doing what everybody else is doing. They're watching all of the trailing stocks that are surrounding SpaceX. There's some good ones that you can sort of latch onto that are sort of coattailing SpaceX. There's a lot of coattailing today. So yeah, they're all just still everybody's waiting on something to happen. So it's going to be interesting. I wonder what's going to happen to your money if you drop some money into some shares. If you got your minimal buy-in, I know for particularly for I believe for Schwab accounts, you had to have $100,000 in your account to be able to get some shares early for the early buy-in. So again, that if you are a person who doesn't have $100,000 in your account, you were not able to buy any. Over on Thinkorswim, still same thing. SpaceX is locked up from the ground up, not going anywhere right now. And man, you guys, when I hit the floor running this morning to cover this, I hit the coffee pot first thing and just got straight into the studio. See what this thing was going to do. I was genuinely kind of excited about it. I wasn't thinking I was going to make any money. I wasn't thinking I'm going to make a whole bunch of money on this because I'm sitting here and watching this thing happen. I was more interested in seeing what it was going to do since it's like it's the world's biggest IPO in history. That's got to be worth something, some kind of fun. So yeah, over on Yahoo Finance, still got zero data on their charts, and a lot of these guys are just they're going TQQQ. They got a short on SLV. So these guys are pretty good. I don't know if you've heard of Trader TV Live, but I believe they are Canadian. But they're usually on here every morning. These guys have been on here for a long time. I was watching these guys before they had gray hair. Now we all have gray hair. Probably due to the stock market and the nightly news. Well, when you're in this situation, what do? Drink more coffee, keep checking the charts. Let me know where you're tuning in from. Appreciate you guys joining us this morning. We are 30 minutes into the market right now. 30 minutes and no sign of SpaceX yet. So if you're just tuning in, what's happened this morning is we have a freeze on the stock right now, immediately out of the gate. 9:30, the bell rang, and everything froze. Over on Thinkorswim, frozen. All of the charts on Yahoo Finance are frozen. TradingView, no data. And Bitcoin price is holding steady, but I've really kind of given up on Bitcoin. I know there's people out there who just diehard Bitcoin people. Bitcoin is the DJI of crypto. But unfortunately for me, I gave up on it right before it decided to launch into the stratosphere over 100,000, and now it's back down. So AMD and Nvidia, obviously. AMD, I've been watching AMD for the past week, the past couple months, honestly, and the charts on AMD are really great. So AMD performing very well, and some people like Nvidia, some people don't like it. Uh, but I feel like AMD is almost more volatile. Nvidia is a very slow mover, but AMD has a lot of action because they are the competitor to Nvidia, which is good. You got to have some competition there in the market. So we're still in a freeze on the markets. So what's your gut feeling on this one, you guys? I usually ask you guys what's your gut feeling on a lot of things on the channel, not just the drone stuff, but current events. If you follow the channel for a while now, you know that drone camps is not just drone stuff. It's we thought about changing the name on the channel for a long time, just because we cover a whole bunch of stuff. It's airplanes, helicopters, hobby stuff in general. To start out years ago, I did have the RC part of the name of our company because in the hobby sector, a lot of times shops will have, like there's a place in North Carolina called Anderson RC. Um, so RC is always sort of something you put as an identifier at the end of your company name, so that people in the hobby know, hey, this is an RC store, hobby store. Still have no data. But yeah, we do a little bit of everything. Drink more coffee. So we got a Blobber Flop. Welcome to the chat. North Georgia, one of my favorite places in the country, actually. I'm a huge fan of North Georgia. Blairsville, actually, one of my favorite towns up there. Blairsville may be the Atlanta of North Georgia. Is that right? Diego from Los Angeles. We have Orbit Scene from Saudi Arabia. You guys are coming in from all over the world. Thanks for joining us. We're watching to see what happens with SpaceX. I'm just enjoying being here with you guys and watching the charts and seeing what's happening right now, and covering this for you guys. And I was telling you, AMD and I'm watching AMD right now. Let's just flip over to this chart, and we should look at this on TradingView. So, AMD is a great stock, I think. Again, this is not financial advice, but I really enjoy AMD because look at what AMD is doing today. And I'm not surprised. This is some coattail market action from the SpaceX launch today. So, if there is stocks that are going to jump today, they're going to be space stocks, and they're going to be things that are related to AI, data centers, and a lot of the tech stocks today are just going to bounce. So, one of the things I was wanting to do before SpaceX launch this week, get in 2 or 3 or 4, 5 days early before this SpaceX launch, because on the space theme stock, if you have Schwab, you can buy in on space theme, and it's a variety of all the hand-picked space companies, and that portfolio particularly is up like 135% this year, which is pretty good for a theme stock. It's the number one theme stock on Schwab. But AMD is obviously rocketing. Let's look at the 1-day chart. All the candles are popping to the upside. So um, this morning at the bell, 30 minutes ago, 33 minutes ago now, yeah, that first candle went huge, and then it settled back. 2 or 3 candles come back here, and then another huge spike here, and then another drop. People are trading AMD, selling out, buying back in at the low, and now it's up to 514 currently. So AMD is a good one. But look, so I zoom out here and look at the history on this particular stock. Let's go back like 1 year. Let's look at the 1 year chart. 1 year, 1 day. Let's do the 1 year, see if it'll. All right. So there's the year to date. So it has good volume all the way across for the past year. I mean, the past 5 years, people like AMD. But look at the 5 year. Look at what happened in 2026 with AMD. And it's timely because it's right around the launch of all these data centers in the past 12 months. And we've got more coming online all the time. So um, I think AMD is great. It definitely deserves some watching, some attention from you. Yeah, for sure. Thanks for hopping in, Vicky Lynn. It's my pleasure to cover this. Still watching all the charts, and I'm looking at some of the coattail stocks. There'll be stocks like AMD, Virgin Galactic. Look at the 5 year on Virgin Galactic. Whew. If you bought in back in 2020 on that company, you're probably disappointed about that performance. Let's go to the 5 day though. Look at the 5 day on Virgin Galactic. It's another coattail stock, way up. And it's worth talking about Rocket Lab Corp as well, because this is another mover right now. Huge increase in the past 30 days, in the past couple weeks, and then a huge sell off. Huge sell off. Look, it dropped off of a mountain this morning. Look at that. Look at that wall. See, this is what happened where people were buying in right up to the SpaceX launch with all of these space stocks. And then as soon as people got in this morning, they sold it quickly. Looks like Unusual Machines is down 6.92%. Wow. All right, we got a 1 minute chart here for unusual machines. Zoom in there. Should use candles on that. Not a big fan of the mountain view. I like the candles. So I like to see what the trades are doing. So we got some up down action there. Huge sell off at the bell. It was floating along pretty good right there until Friday morning. It seems like a lot of people sold on the bell for a lot of things this morning. This is kind of the trend that I'm seeing right now. Unless you have AMD. And look what AMD did. Doing just fine. I am not mad at the AMD stock. So this is AMD. Let me show you unusual machines. Go back to that. Unusual machines is UMAC. But look at that. So yeah, there's where the bell rung. Everybody sold out. But they had a pretty good run here for the past week since the news. Here's where the news announced that they're getting a whole bunch more funding. I feel like for the long run too, this is not a bad one to be in because we have seen it jump all the way up to $50. It went down to the low 20s currently, so this may be another buy-in area around $24. I think it's definitely going to rise back up to the $30 price point because we've seen the history of it. Obviously, it's been all over the place, but this company is just getting on its feet with the backing of Donald Trump Jr. How could you go wrong right now with that? But on the bell, you can kind of see what happened this morning. A huge sell off. And AMD is still rocketing straight up. And we still don't have any action on SpaceX this morning. We have dead charts. Uh, as to be expected, honestly. Palantir is down as well. Costco down a little bit. And one of my favorites out there. Oh, they got a bang situation over at Trader TV. One of my favorite stocks out there, which is a pretty stable stock, would be Home Depot. I really like Home Depot. Um, I've always been a fan of that company. And I'm not talking about the politics, the political side of Home Depot. I'm just talking about the stability of Home Depot. It seems to be a very solid. Like you can trade Home Depot um, quite easily. There's enough volume on it, and there's enough movement. And so if you wanted to hop in and out of Home Depot, I've had success with that. It moves a little more than like something like Amazon. If you ever tried to trade Amazon or Apple, it doesn't move as fast as some of these gap stocks, but it's a safer in and out if you're looking to make a couple $100 on a trade. So everyone right now is in a hold pattern above the stock market. There are vultures circling right now in the Nasdaq over top of SpaceX. Everyone is foaming at the mouth, and everybody is jacked on their coffee at this point. So, really, really wanting to see some action on SpaceX, and um, they're not showing us anything right now. If you don't know, if you're watching this and you're wondering what's happened to SpaceX, did the market get hacked? No, it didn't get hacked. It right now it's frozen. So uh, when a stock becomes too volatile, and it has an immediate freeze. to protect buyers. And that's what's happening right now. And they're not going to level it out until it gets a little more stable, and then they're going to let it go to the races. And I've seen this before with different penny stocks immediately go, 6,000%, and then freeze. But yeah, let me know where you're tuning in from today. We got some fans in the live chat. And we do drones on the channel, but we also do a lot of other tech type coverage, and we do tutorial videos on how to build your own drones. I would say that there's not a lot of channels that you can watch out there that will show you something about finance and drones at the same time. We'll talk about uh, AMD and SpaceX, and then show you how to build and fly a drone. I could be wrong. Let me know if I'm wrong. I've been wrong before. So we're having a watch party on SpaceX. The world is watching right now, and we're still currently in a hold pattern. Elon Musk is probably sitting there just watching all of this go down and laughing his ass off, I would guess, because the world's wallets are literally trying to throw money at him this morning. And most of the world already has. What do you guys predict that this stock's going to go to today? It's definitely not going to be $135 when it drops. It's definitely going to be. It could be 10 times that. Uh, Let me know what your prediction is in the chat. I'd love to see what you guys think about this. SpaceX's ticker is SPCX. No data. Wouldn't that be funny if I had my charts messed up and I wasn't seeing this, but it was actually moving? But I don't have my charts messed up. We're on several different ones right now. We're on Thinkorswim, we're on TradingView and Yahoo Finance. And we've been checking in with our friends over at Trader TV, see what's happening with them. And they have literally no positions this morning, one or two. Um, Looks like Sean has a TQQ position on long, but yeah, they're just kind of, again, they're like us, where they're in a holding pattern right now, waiting to see what's going to happen with this. So again, let me know where you're tuning in from. We're covering SpaceX, the launch of SpaceX today. Um, a lot is happening and nothing is happening all at the same time. So it's crazy because behind the curtain, there's trillions of dollars happening, but no one can see it right now. It's one of the craziest things, financial things to happen in the past 50 years. So we got some predictions coming in. Just drop in your number what you think that the share price is going to be once it finally does start showing some candles on the screen, because right now it's locked in at 135. I tried to put in some buys earlier on Schwab, and it was telling me that I didn't have enough position to make a buy. I don't know what they were locking me into, but they said that I could jump in around $2,000, but nothing was really working. Uh, FX, you're studying for your Part 107. Fantastic. So we have Two Honest is saying that he thinks it's going to run $230 a share by the end of the day. I think $230 would be pretty modest considering the hype. This is a hype. There's no doubt about it. This is a hype stock. This is 100% hype stock, in my opinion. Yeah, this is 100% hype stock. Yeah, for sure. I'm proud of you for doing that. FX fist bump. So still, and no one's gonna when this launches. I guarantee what's gonna happen is even the guys over at Trader TV, they're running only a few positions this morning. I think they're kind of waiting back. They keep popping back to the same charts, and we're seeing zero data. But I guarantee no one's gonna jump into this uh, on the go when they finally allow it to start moving and you start seeing some candles. I don't think anyone with a sound mind is going to go straight into that, because if you do, you may make a whole bunch of money right away as soon as this candle start to rocket upwards, and we don't know how long it's going to hold in the up position. And then it'll be so fast when the sell-off happens. One of the reasons is because the institutions have millions of dollars already locked into this stock, and when they decide to take profit, that's when you're going to see the candles drastically hit the floor. So they're going to go down before you can even react. So some people are going to put in like a trailing stop. You can do uh, a buy-in on stocks for a trailing stop, and you can set the amount that you want. And with a trailing stop, it's kind of cool because as the price goes up, you can set, say, 10% below current market, and it'll trail along with it and go up. Where the stop limit will be where your limit's down here, and if it goes back down, the candles go back down to where you put your limit originally, then it'll cash out for you, and you may lose a little bit on a stop limit, but a trailing stop would be uh, pretty smart in this situation. But you may cash out early, even with a trailing stop. Sometimes it'll cash out early. So you might have made another 5-10%, but it cashed out early. But I'm a fan of the trailing stop. We're watching SpaceX live this morning, 7:19 a.m. on West Coast time, and still no action. I wonder how long they're gonna. It would be crazy if they held this till Monday. If they just froze it all day long and then they make retail investors wait the entire weekend. And very interesting to me, a lot of people kind of complaining about SpaceX launching on a Friday because right now we're 5 hours and 39 minutes until close, and then it's going to be another 48 hours until Monday morning. So everyone's going to be in a 48-hour holding pattern. Uh, maybe we'll see some action after hours, but I wouldn't bet on anything at this point. And we're still frozen. Yes, they have frozen SpaceX. We got FX saying you have your guess in at $173 a share on launch. So I feel like I have see, I can't even guess. I'm not even sure what to say. Too honest says shorts profitable 6 months out. I think so. You could definitely short on this. I think people are going to be trading this every single day. Um, I think that the ups and downs are going to be pretty sizable. Uh, because think about it, you have the world's attention, and it will be the most looked at stock in history in the next 6 months for sure. So from now all the way through Christmas, it's going to be the most looked at stock in history. So all eyes are going to be on SpaceX the next 6 months. And then people are saying by Christmas, if you are wanting to buy in on a more reliable uh, share level, it would probably be around Christmas time. That's what people are thinking. Um, but yes, I think 6 months out, shorts may still be absolutely be profitable 6 months out. And I haven't checked in on the space theme on Schwab this morning, but I do know that for the past 5 days, and I was thinking about getting in on that one on Monday, just dropping in on some space theme stock. It's really cool because they'll give you, say, 25 different stocks in a space theme, and you can look at the percentage of year to date return on that particular theme. And they have themes in all the popular sectors. We see opening at 175. Someone's predicting. If you have a prediction what you think SpaceX is going to open at, just drop it in the chat. I don't even know what to say. What it's going to be. I'm guessing around. I think it's going to be over 200. Someone said it sucks that I'm investing broke right now. Might be a good thing. It might be. We did a poll on the channel yesterday, simply asking, "Are you in or out?" And majority of people. I haven't checked it this morning, but last night the voting poll was up to, I believe it was like 60-40. Most people saying that they're out on this one. Hollywood 77, so it should be live in about an hour. How do you know that for sure? Do you have any data on that? Do you have a source for that information? Just checking on Schwab again. And we got zero action on SpaceX chart as well on TradingView. Still locked up, still frozen. And I was explaining to people earlier, if you don't know about stocks, the freeze happens when there's too much movement, so they'll freeze it to protect investors. So we were talking about AMD, and I was showing you the chart on AMD this morning. I this is a stock that I like, and I'll pull up that for you so you can see that. AMD is doing rather well because they are the competitor to Nvidia, and I feel like the one to get outside, seeing a huge increase. Like this is the 6 month window right here, and it went from less than $200 per share all the way up to $545. That's pretty crazy, and it has huge volume. It looks like the volume settled off a little bit in the past couple months. You can see the MACD at the bottom. The MACD is the volume and the rate of movement. But today, if we look at today's view at the 1 day, 1 minute, we're since the bell, AMD has skyrocketed. So if you're pretty happy if you're in on AMD this morning, you've got money in your account. It's doing very well. I am a fan. Nvidia too. It has me sort of. I don't know. I like Nvidia and I don't like it for some reason. For some reason, I want to stay away from Nvidia. Um, I think because I got burnt last year on some Nvidia stuff. This is before all the data center stuff's happening with that. Yeah, put your predictions in the chat. What you think that SpaceX might launch at? Brokerage platforms that we're watching on several different platforms. Schwab, TradingView. Uh, we're looking at Yahoo Finance, and still have no data available. We're checking in with our friends over at TraderView as well, and they have no positions. And these guys will, if they see an opportunity, they'll hop in on it today. And I'm sure that that Sean over at TraderView is going to be in on this as soon as it becomes available. Maybe Neil too. Sean is one of the OGs over at Trader TV. Very, very sharp guy on stocks. And these guys stream out of Canada. And if you've looked for some trader channels, some live trading channels, there's not a lot of them out there, really, honestly, that do it consistently. That do it every single morning on the bell ring, and these guys do multiple streams. It's probably like a whole building set up just for that particular theme on YouTube, which is pretty cool. So if you're into that, you can see with their longs, their shorts, and they have had not a lot of action this morning. Sean's in long on TQQQ, but yeah, not a lot of action. So we're still in a holding pattern with SpaceX. Uh, Somebody said 11:30 East Coast time. I think it's 8, 9, 10:30, 10 or 10:28 a.m. East Coast time. Let me know where you're tuning in from. So somebody asked, what do I feel about SpaceX not turning a profit? So yeah, um, there is definitely some consideration there, and honestly, I it does not make me feel all warm and fuzzy that there's not a huge profit turnaround with SpaceX. It makes me a little bit sus about putting money into a company that doesn't show profitable. Um, right? So it has my red flags up. Now, long term, I'm who knows. And so a lot of people had the idea that when SpaceX has requested an IPO, that private investments may have slowed down. So they're looking for the everyday guy's wallet to chip in on the financing. So that's kind of how I see what's happening right here. 333 says, worry more about the delay us low class buyers, dreamers are subject to. Yeah. Um, 333 Mike Ray. Yeah. So right now we're only allowed to have a very low percentage of the actual volume of SpaceX available. Um, and some people compared that to the public is getting scraps of what's left over after the institutions literally bought up 80% of it. So they're holding 80% of the market share for SpaceX, and then the public gets the scraps, unfortunately. So that kind of sucks. Which should also have a lot of people kind of suspect about that. You know, you should be suspect about any stock, honestly. Never put your trust in a stock. That is not financial advice. That is life advice. So refreshing the screen, AMD is still popping. We've been watching AMD this morning, rockets to the upside, and still SpaceX is in a holding pattern. The market, the Nasdaq, has frozen SpaceX stock at 630, right on the launch. Over on Schwab too, we have blank charts on SpaceX. Not a single candle has popped for the public to see. Elon Musk is laughing his ass off right now, and he sees the real numbers behind the curtain. And my guess is that Elon is rolling in the cash this morning. What do you guys guess? Is Elon rolling in the cash this morning, or is he taking a loss on the world's largest IPO break in history? My guess is that Elon is popping the champagne this morning. That's my guess. Aussie Shooter 256 says you're still waiting for SpaceX to go live on Fidelity. Yeah, it's going to be a while. So we're looking at some of the other coat tailor stocks out there. AMD, Nvidia. AMD's up this morning. I like to look at unusual machines as well. Some of you guys might be into that. There's also Kratos, a defense company that makes drones. That one has done well for the past 5 years. If you got in early on that one, that's been a good profit. There's also another company that I think you guys should be aware of, Beta. Beta Technologies Incorporated. Right now, so this is interesting to me because I'm sort of in this aviation sector, so to speak. So let's look at the chart for Beta, BETA. Beta is a company that creates, you can look at their website, they create electric delivery planes. And what's interesting about this particular stock, we'll zoom out to check out the full chart, but Beta has just had they just had a sale of a whole bunch of their electric planes to was it UPS or Amazon, one of the two. And so with that move, there was a huge investment, um, in the last days of March or last days of May here, and up to about June 3rd, there was a huge spike up to around $19. So this stock is relatively young, and we can look at the 1 year to date here. You can see it was a huge investment on the launch because the idea is great. Electric delivery planes, and I'm sure they'll be running AI and uh, an autopilot on it soon. Probably going to be autonomous electric delivery. But I think this is the future of short distance deliveries. So, especially for things like Amazon, why not have a whole fleet of autonomous electric planes going, back and forth from distribution centers for the short? It makes more sense for Amazon than anybody else. This company, and it has leveled off since the initial buy. But I think for the long term, this company is one to watch. Beta. I think very good things are happening over at Beta. They have a solid factory, and they're making them here in the U.S. So check out their website; it's pretty cool. I'm definitely a fan of all things electric. So that's sort of a another aviation industry stock that you can add to your watch list. We still have no action on SpaceX. So at this point, maybe we all need a shot of Crown to go with our coffee. But I'm not stressing out about it because I don't have I don't have $100,000 in this stock either. So I know for sure that people that have some serious money into this stock this morning, how do you think they feel right now? If you had $100,000 into SpaceX this morning and the bell, you're sitting there with all of your friends, all of your investor friends. I'm sure there's investor parties all across the US and the world. People are watching it in Saudi Arabia. People are watching in Portugal. We had this morning popping into the live stream. So there's a world watch party, and right now still no data. But I can imagine how people feel that have $100,000 or more into this. That's kind of a nail biter, a massive nail biter, because my idea is that it may drop 20 to 30% after the immediate sell off, somewhere around there. Um, and then we're going to have some highs and lows for the rest of the day if they ever let this thing go. But that's wild that we have no data. SpaceX. So the market's it's been open for a while now, and the current analyst rating for SpaceX on TradingView is a strong buy. We'll see if they have any kind of forecast available. There we go. So they think that the target price max estimate of $190 and a minimum estimate of $165. So it's already at a minimum estimate above the buy-in price at $135. I mean, obviously, it doesn't. You're not going to. You'll have to be a rocket scientist to figure that out this morning. But I don't know if that's misleading to tell people it's a strong buy, um, because I'm suspect about all stocks, and I don't know. We just don't know what this thing's going to do when it pops. A lot of people are going to make a whole bunch of money right away, and then a lot of people are going to lose a bunch of money. So there's it will happen so fast you won't be able to react to it. That's the problem with stocks of this volatility. It will fly by wire says will it skyrocket? It will absolutely skyrocket. I do sort of predict that you're going to see one of the largest green candles in history. One of the most massive green candles you've ever seen in the stock market. And then I'm scared to see what happens after that. You may see the backside of it may be the largest red candle you've ever seen in history because yeah. So you're going to see green, 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 green. And then you're going to see red, 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 red. And it may be the height of the Statue of Liberty, the World Trade Center. In a terrible comparison, it may fall like the World Trade Center on the backside. Fly by wire, you said you just finished trading in Euro USD. Nice. Yeah, JS on gaming says that this is ridiculous. The Nasdaq should have a statement, and the banks should have some kind of statement regarding the freeze. And I was checking over at Yahoo Finance; they have the real time stream happening on Yahoo Finance. There's also Bloomberg TV and our friends over at Trader TV Live. and everyone's in a hold pattern. No one has any information, no data. We have no news releases. It's 7:41 West Coast time, and we're still the entire world is in a financial hold pattern. This is like Braveheart. Hold, hold. Oh man, when they let it go, it's gonna do something crazy. Everyone's saying, "Come on, SpaceX, let's go." No positions except for TQQQ over on Trader TV. And usually these guys have, have some stuff moving. And again, let's check on Yahoo Finance. Let's go back to their news. And Thinkorswim still at zero data. TradingView still no data. And let's go back to the main page on Yahoo Finance. We're going to refresh this page and see if they give us anything. Um, so the trending ticker right now still at 0%, 135 a share on Yahoo Finance. We don't see any movement. Another one to look at is RKLB, which is Rocket Lab Corporation. They're on the downside this morning, but for the long run, they're another sort of coattail space stock if you're looking to find alternatives to SpaceX. This is pretty hilarious because over at Yahoo Finance, we still have the same story. We do have Elon Musk right now remote. SpaceX rings the opening bell this morning, which is pretty interesting. I don't know if I can get this live audio in without having some kind of an echo, but I could give it a try. This is some video of Elon Musk this morning. Mr. Elon got to ring the bell. No surprises there. So let's see if we can get some audio in there without a total echo. We'll give it a shot. Looks like just a bunch of clapping to me, though. Yeah, they rung the bell, and all these people are now standing around with their hands in their pockets because we have zero data and it's at a freeze. Um, so I wonder what the air there is like. It's there's got to be some some squeeze in that room. Looks like the SpaceX headquarters. They're doing some dancing there because their pockets are full of the world's cash. You better believe it. Oh yeah. It looks like they just keep showing the same clips over and over. I haven't seen any audio coming from Elon speaking about this, but I'm sure he has some pretty happy words to say about this. Um, so right now my assumption is that since we do have a freeze, here's kind of what's happening. Since there's a freeze, in a way that's a good sign. So um, why is that a good sign? It's because of market volatility. there's so much action on this particular stock that, again, they froze it to protect investors. When that happens, that's good news for investors because that means that the volume is so great that they've had to put it into a hold pattern. And typically those hold patterns will last for, I've seen it happen for 20 minutes, but I don't think I've seen it happen for hours. Um, some of the smaller ones, they do this to indefinitely because of sometimes a company is flagged uh, as not real, like a spam stock, if you will. So they'll flag it and remove it. Yeah, we're in freeze frame right now. And still no positions over at Trader TV as well. Friends over at Trader TV. Yeah. So the other thing is that if you have a 401k, a lot of people are talking about this too. This is kind of another subject that people are talking about regarding this stock is that if you have a 401k, you're probably likely already in this stock, whether you like it or not. And so you're either going to see that jump drastically today or go down today as a result of the sell off. So again, that's where I worry that some people are going to lose out. This I had some suspicion that this reminded me of the Trump coin. I don't know if you guys remember when the Trump coin dropped. There was a huge buy-in, and then there was a massive sell-off, and then it never really recovered. I mean, it will likely whatever the high is today, it will probably never reach that level again. It's just I don't think whatever the high is today, it's never gonna be that high again, um, as it sells off and settles down. Whatever the look at some of the other popular stocks when they were trending on buy-in, and look at the high, and you can see that the data does the same thing. It starts up here and it just goes like this. So it just levels off. And it would be crazy to think that, well, I'll just hold and maybe eventually it'll be back to this top level. No, I don't think so. Because of the size of the company as well. And people are settling in on, and so I mean, obviously a lot of people have been consulting AI on what's AI's prediction, what's your professional PhD level prediction, your high thinking prediction on what SpaceX is going to do in the current marketplace. And from my side of things with ChatGPT using the highest level available, it was saying that it's probably safer to wait. It's safer to wait after the initial bell ring or the initial run on this because the initial run is going to be you're not going to be able to. It's going to happen so fast that you won't be able to react to the market move. you're gonna you're gonna lose your candy before you open the wrapper, so to speak. That's what's gonna happen. So we're over at Trader TV Live, just checking in on those guys. Neil and Sean have zero right now. They have zero positions here. I mean, I'm not surprised. The only positions I've seen them go in on this morning for a trade was and people are going to be trading this today once it pops. There's be a lot of highs and lows with SpaceX today. But the only position that I saw this morning was Sean was in on TQQQ. And I'm in on nothing this morning. The world is waiting for action on SpaceX. And over on TraderView, still no data. Uh, Yahoo Finance live, and we should check in on Bloomberg, but everyone's doing their best to cover this, which is kind of crazy. It's like a space shuttle launch that you have no idea when the rockets are going to fire. That creates a sort of an edge of the seat type of situation. And again, I can't imagine having a whole bunch of money tied up into this today and then just sitting there waiting for the what is happening with my money. Who the freak knows? So now they're saying shares expected to open at 165 each. The IPO price was 135. Hold. Obviously, Nasdaq is up 0.2%. All eyes on SpaceX today. But I was here with you on the bell ring this morning. So if you're just tuning in with us, we're still in a hold pattern, waiting for something to happen with SpaceX and checking in on Yahoo Finance, Bloomberg this morning, TraderView, as well as the Thinkorswim charts on Charles Schwab. And modest gain on the S&P 500 this morning on SpaceX and the hopes of peace in Iran. Um, and I don't know what I've kind of I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I've kind of stopped watching or listening. I've stopped listening to um, what's happening with Iran as far as how we're going to make a deal. We're not going to make a deal. We're going to make a deal. We're not going to make a deal. We're going to make a deal. We're not going to make a deal. Every day it's we're going to make a deal. Talks are in progress. We're going to make a deal. We're not going to make a deal. We're going to bomb them. We're not going to bomb them. We're going to bomb them again. They bombed us, so we're going to bomb them. Um, it's just getting kind of noisy. So it's best to just stop listening to that. Focus on other things. If you try to focus on whether it's going to be peace in Iran, you're going to go crazy. You're going to lose your ever loving mind. Um, so no positions still over at Trader TV. These guys are in a hold pattern. Bloomberg, Yahoo Finance TV, all in the same position. I would like to get some audio over on Bloomberg and check in on them and see what they may be saying. But I'm gonna test this one time and in the chat, let me know if there's any kind of weird echo. If there is any kind of echo, I'm just gonna pop back out of Bloomberg's audio. But we'll just listen into what they're saying for a second. See if we can make this work.
since the start of the show. It was at 175 just a little bit while ago. So we'll see what happens here as we get a check on the markets more broadly. And we see the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are both up. The 10-year yield coming in just a little bit. And then Brent crude is something that we've been tracking over the course of the morning. There are these two stories that we're looking at in complement. Yes, it's SpaceX. Yes, it's the SpaceX debut. It's also what the president said at the start of the day about the prospects of some sort of deal between the U.S. and Iran. And as I give you a measure of caution, a caveat here, we have been through this before. The president has said that there's a deal in the offing and nothing has come to pass, or the Iranians have pushed back on it. Indeed, we've heard a differing view of sort of where things stand from Chris Wright, the energy secretary, who, as we speak, is sitting down with our Anne-Marie Horder in Houston. We see Brent crude here below $90 a barrel, which is significant because we haven't seen it at that threshold since the start of this war, now more than 100 days ago. Well, coming up next, a special edition of Bloomberg Tech with 137 Ventures co-founder Justin Fishner-Wolfson, Laffer Tengler CIO Nancy Tengler, and LNF Investor Services CEO Alexandra Mertz. And don't miss our interview with legendary short seller Jim Chanos on Bloomberg Money at 12 p.m. Wall Street time. This is Bloomberg Television.
As global markets face disruption, Dubai is reinforcing its appeal to international business. Not by chance, it's by design. The resilience is being shaped by future-focused policy and an ecosystem built for growth, strengthening key sectors against external shocks. Dubai's financial center has seen a surge in activity, and for many global companies, it remains the destination to scale, all creating an economy built to accelerate through uncertainty.
This is it. The trade that will make your number. And with next generation speed, automation, and integration, this is the new fixed income EMS that will make sure you win it. Expect more from your execution management system. Bloomberg Trade EMS.
A fad to some, the future of money to others. We see crypto's trillion-dollar swings. While others follow the noise, we follow the money.
United Kingdom. This is a really interesting space to watch. We're expecting more consolidation.
As this is Bloomberg Deals at Bloomberg Invest, I want to talk about the broader deal and M&A environment.
This is a moment in time. We'll see how long we're here. It's far too early to call.
There is an underinvestment in what's going on in private markets because everyone's looking for additional AI cloud capacity, and it's very tough to build.
Everybody wants to get things going, and the IPO market is just one symptom of that. It is an early indicator of what we're going to see in the M&A market.
Let's go to Scarlet Fu, who's taking a closer look at drone companies. With ongoing conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine, there's renewed investor appetite for new names in the space.
Excellent reporting. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every Wednesday at noon Eastern, only on Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you the most important news and financial information whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee on the Mexican border, and this is Bloomberg.
When news breaks,
A redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg. Bloomberg Tech is live from coast to coast with Caroline Hyde in New York and Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
This is Bloomberg Tech. I'm Ed Ludlow.
And I'm Caroline Hyde. And today is the day, SpaceX's big debut in the public markets. The company is set to begin trading any moment now, Ed.
We'll break down what that means for investors and for the space economy and for the IPO pipeline. Elon Musk speaking at Starbase, Texas, just a couple of hours ago.
I give SpaceX less than a 10% chance of succeeding at all, to be clear. In fact, I told people this. I said, look, we're probably going to fail, but, we should give it a try, because if we don't, if there's not a new company that enters space, we will never be a truly spacefaring civilization.
And we check in on these markets as the latest indicated price of SpaceX shares is $162 each. The IPO price, $134. We look at the NASDAQ 100, Ed.
What a
We're up
rocket ride that's been.
Yeah, and look, this is about geopolitics. This is about hope on some sort of deal, MOU with Iran and the United States. But thus far, we are completely focused on the impact of this IPO.
Yeah, look, there is a lot of evidence that whatever asset class you look at, people are trying to be positioned to play this IPO in the moment when we start trading, imminently starting trading. Indicated right now to open at $162 each. We priced the IPO $135, but loads of disappointed people on the institutional side and the retail side.
Yeah, who didn't get allocations. But if you've got an allocation, you're looking at maybe a 20% pop if it opens at that level. Yahaira Anand is down at the NASDAQ for us. What are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Well, the fanfare from the opening bell is over, but we still have legions of Elon Musk fans outside and some movement behind me on the NASDAQ floor. But as you guys were saying, we've gotten a series of indications throughout the morning, and they've continued to edge lower as traders work through the price discovery process. The latest indication is $162 a share, down from earlier levels that were around $175. Even so, that is above the $135 IPO price and does imply a valuation of some $2.1 trillion, meaning SpaceX would still rank among the most valuable companies in the world from its very first trade.
162 a share, 20% from the IPO price, exactly implying a market value roughly $2.1 trillion. Bloomberg's Yahaira Anand back throughout the hour at the NASDAQ. Let's talk about SpaceX. Christian Garrett, 137 Ventures managing partner. SpaceX was one of the first investments that 137 Ventures made. Net, in the end, a stake worth billions and billions of dollars. And you've been with the company as its story changed. Started with reusability and rockets. It's a future of AI in the enterprise. I'd just ask you, Christian, to reflect on what this IPO represents to you and the firm.
Well, first off, we're extremely excited for the IPO. It's a great milestone, but as long-term investors, this is just the beginning of the journey for the company.
You'd say that,
of course. Look, I think the company, like you mentioned, has gone through this evolution, and many things have grown in the vision and scope, but many things have stayed the exact same. The company has always had the mission to make humanity multiplanetary, to expand consciousness across the universe, and they knew that they had to find incredible business models where they had advantages in order to fund that vision. They started by really bringing launch back to America, which in and of itself is an incredible thing to be a part of. They were the first company to build a reusable rocket, a partially reusable rocket, which dramatically dropped costs for launch. That advantage gave them the infrastructure to build Starlink, which is the world's largest constellation. And from there, you're seeing that they have the advantage to build infrastructure terrestrially and hopefully in orbit for data centers.
Elon Musk, we started the show saying just a 10% chance of survival. Right. Was that what you thought when you first were getting under the skin of this company at 137? Did you have bigger bets than that in terms of thinking it'd be more than 10% probability? And where do you see your holdings going longer term?
I think as investors, you always can have some revisionist history sometimes, and so I'm sure we were always extremely confident in the company. But look, I think there's just been multiple points of inflection for the business, and so I think there's high confidence that NASA we needed launch capacity to come back to the States, so it was an understandable bet back in the day when my two partners were at Founders Fund, one of the early investors in the company. When we continued to invest, when 137 Ventures was formed, 2010, 2011 onward, and I've invested in the company every single year for 16 years, wow. I think the bet still remained the same, which was fundamentally after they nailed launch, after they nailed reusability, you then were making a future bet on Starlink, which was unclear, but the technology was proven. And in just a couple of years, that business went from $0 in revenue to over $11 billion in revenue and the largest constellation. I think you're seeing a similar inflection point now where you're betting on Starship, you're betting on data centers in space, and you have early data and indications that many investors, including ourselves, are extremely confident in. And I think other people will see that same execution that SpaceX has done historically, they're going to continue to do in the future.
They're doing this IPO, they need capital. That's why, in the end, he got there when Musk was speaking to Jamie Dimon, well, we need capital. how do you expect them to deploy that is a completely separate question, right? The thing that's missing in the prospectus is where are the CapEx plans? What do you see happening in the first instance, Christian?
I think the company has, been pretty consistent publicly in talking about some of their plans. Brett Johnson just did a great interview with a friend of ours of the firm, Gavin Baker, which was great. And they talked a lot about, one, the infrastructure to build out data centers, I think terrestrially, and you see with XAI, a lot of the CapEx investments for that young company over the last couple of years that investors have been trying to understand. And that obviously data centers in space is going to be a huge CapEx investment. They're continuing to invest in Starship development, but for the most part, I would say it's going to be heavily focused on data centers within the XAI business.
Because that almost was what shocked everyone, right, Ed? In the S1, the total addressable market, more than $28 trillion, was like enterprise application. It was AI was really where a lot of this is coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the company really sees that business line being a massive opportunity. And quite frankly, if you look at their advantages going after that, it's fundamentally driven by cost structure, right? They have infrastructure, they have a platform, they can deliver capabilities at a lower cost and get to scale that other people can't. And I think one of the great touch points for that is if you look at their Colossus 1 and 2 data centers, and you look at the business that they just launched on the compute side, they're giving you signal that terrestrially, this can be a massive business. So in orbit, it'll be a much larger one. They're on a $26 billion run rate for their terrestrial compute business. And those are just 2 deals within a month. Imagine where this business is going to be in 10 years.
I think they're... Why aren't you using that capacity for your own?
Yeah, imagine what this is going to be in 10 years. Right now, we can't imagine anything because we're in a hold pattern. We're stuck in the void. So SpaceX launched this morning. It's 6:30 West Coast time, 9:30 East Coast. And the NASDAQ is still in a freeze pattern for SpaceX. We've checked all the charts, and we're still right now in a hold pattern. But that's okay, because eventually they're going to let it go, and we'll see what happens with it. But as I predict again, I believe it's going to have a huge spike. It's going to jump way up. You're going to see the biggest green candle in history. And then it's going to tank on the backside, on the downside, the biggest red candle you've ever seen in history. Elon Musk was talking about this morning on the bell ring that had about a 10% chance of survival, which may be a sort of a coy joke about the failure of it once it has an initial investment. But he's also known for being facetious. So I'm sure that he's already absolutely counting his laurels. So right now, target price at 177.50 on the TraderView news. And that's what their analyst prediction is. 177.50. Drop price. So it's supposed to be 135 up to 137 or 177 now. And still the same story over on Yahoo Finance. Let's double check in on Trader TV. Our friends over there, see what they're up to. Same positions, no positions for, we have Obi and Joe on right now. I believe about takeover for Neil. Let's see what they're saying.
If I could go back and get the 88 miles an hour, baby.
It here, 75% buying at the open here, guys. So make sure you get those votes in. 1, if you're buying. 2, if you're selling. We'll do a second round. See if we can get an additional wave. It hasn't been open that long. We have a $2.50 euro. What do you think about Nueva Expression Textile? I have no idea what that stock is, to be honest. I don't know about those guys, but
yeah, I have no idea what that is.
But thank you for the euros. I mean,
we can take a look at some.
Yeah, we can see to look at that. Another $2 Canadian here, ladies and gentlemen. $155. It's halfway between 175 and 135. Just saying. All right, quick maths. We like that one. Bang. Let's see what we got going.
New textile expression. Okay, thanks, Sia, for that one. All right.
Speak Spanish what are some of the space stocks doing, guys? Like we had SPCE, which was an absolutely beautiful short off of the open. I don't know if you saw that one, Neil. We had SPCE. Where's my? Okay, here. SPCE right here. Just go to a 3-minute chart. That's what I like to look at. Take a look at this beautiful $5 breakdown here. So I'm also watching some of the sector names in this on this IPO day here. So SPCE, definitely one of them. I think was it rocket companies? Anything that's associated. You see that nice little selling off of the open, decent reversion back to where it was. What else? What else is there? I think there is people were kind of saying that RDW maybe also in the sector as well. We can see some selling there as well. What was this one? Sidus Space, SIDU as well, also doing some selling off of the open today, back below $4. So interesting to see that some of the sentiment across the board here with some selling. I think there was that space ETF as well. Space Innovators, NASA, NASA. Wow, this one crazy. Look at that, 35 crack down to 33s. Absolutely beautiful here. And also, there's that company that holds private shares of SpaceX as well, DXYZ or Z, right? Destiny Tech 100. So that one as well coming in with a straight flush off of the open today. So I was watching some of those and I was like, I told myself, I'm not going to have risk on in the morning session. I'm kind of saving most of my risk, if not all of my risk for SPCX here. But when I saw this trade come in on a few of these names, I was just like, all right, well, that was kind of a gimme here. And we've seen some of these names run up in anticipation of the IPO and maybe taking a little bit of a cooling off on maybe a sell the news event here as the SpaceX IPO comes out today. So some interesting action in the sector.
Another.
So yeah, very interesting. But not good for people who are still holding some of that stock. You know, it'll come back up, but as of this morning at the bell ring, a lot of the space stocks just kind of plummeted because people took profit on the weeks leading up to the SpaceX launch. Obviously, everyone's dropping into the space stocks, coattailing on SpaceX, and so we saw a massive sell-off this morning immediately on the bell ring, which isn't surprising. There was a lot of profits taken in the space sector this week. One of the space theme on Schwab, if you don't know about that, there's a theme that you can buy in on. There's a collection of space themed stocks, which are some of the best ones out there, and it's up 135% this year so far, year to date. In the past 6 months is pretty good return. It's the highest theme in the Schwab theme portfolios that you can get. So it's pre-selected stocks. Let's see. What are they saying over on Yahoo? So we're still same deal over on Yahoo.
The NASDAQ broke. It's going to be a big day. Can't wait to see that stock open. We'll be in touch with you soon, Brooke. Appreciate it.
For ourselves and our own personal situations, but that's kind of the book on investing, right?
Yeah,
and so,
100%.
yeah, we're pretty proud to get questions like that, and I'm so glad that we have, you know, viewers of all age groups here that we could talk about, because, you know, like if you're about to retire tomorrow, do you want to put your whole retirement in this? Again, up to you, but that doesn't seem like the right thing to do. I love Crush. You have a crush? I think that should say I have a crush on Obi.
No, they love Crush.
I love Crush on Obi.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. There he is.
Oh boy.
There. So Obi, man, you got some fans over there, Mike.
Yeah, well, I'm seeing the same thing for you too, Sean.
Well, no, you're not.
Liking the
I
guy. Yeah,
saw
hey,
some
man.
comments about the bald guy. I'm just saying.
Wait, who?
I'm just
Sean?
Who, Pitbull?
I don't know.
Mr. Worldwide over there?
Yeah.
No, well, thanks, guys. I mean, look, we all have a great time every day, right? And I do want to say that, you know, we're into the chat, keep putting those up. But unfortunately, like my eyes right now, everybody, all four of us, I think Obi's maybe the most chill right now. He's Obi, do you have an order to go long off
Hands
open
on the
or
keyboard,
no?
like.
So here's the thing, man. Like I lost sleep pretty much for a decent chunk of the week because I was just like, do I max BP this? Like, am I risking my trading career on this trade? And I really seriously thought about it. I was like, if it's doing everything that I'm looking for, am I going to take, you know, double digit lots on this coming in on the day today? And I really thought about it. I was like, you know what? There is a scenario where I would definitely be, you know, putting everything on the line and potentially doing that. But as of right now, definitely not. I pulled all my lose there, limit on opens. I'd rather just be like, if it was opening up 175s to 200s, absolutely, I'd be willing just to slap it and see where it goes. But we'll wait and see. I can also wait for the right kind of opportunity with the same kind of size to wait and see. The opening ranges. We have the 5-minute opening range as well. We have opening price. We saw last time. Let's just review CBRS. Thank you, Helsing, for the $5 super chat there. Pokemon is greater than SPCX. Hey, man, the Pokemon is greater than the S&P 500. If you actually look at the percent increase on some of these cards, Charizard's an outlier, but yeah, definitely giving you much better returns. But in terms of liquidity, I don't know if you can really match the markets there either. So we'll wait and see for that one. But I do want to talk about CBRS. We'll cover this one real quick. €6 there. Maybe next Nueva Expression Textile is collab making spacesuits, is going to the moon. Maybe, I don't know. I got to take a look at those guys and see what they're up to there. But let's see what the most recent IPO that was pretty hyped is doing now. Cerebras. This one was absolutely beautiful. Textbook example of what can happen when everybody is thinking, hey, hype, we can potentially push and go higher. And I did like the long off of the open, but guess what? Everybody ended up being right initially and then wrong coming in on the secondary halt. So let me just pull into the first day here on Cerebras. We got an open, I think it was around 370, 375s. Go back. A lot of scrolling. Oh, here we go, right here. So we had an initial open at the price of 351s, and then we halted up, and this was absolutely sick. And I was like, okay, sick. This is gonna go. But guess what started happening? If you remember, it started tapping 370. You don't want to see that. If you see something halt up, you want to see it tap higher. You want to see the intention that it's going to open above the halt price at 386s. Maybe you want to see 390s, maybe even 400s, maybe even 420s. Who knows? But it didn't want to get that high. So pulling back in, straight flush, almost hits the halt band to the downside at 324s. But this is the price that I want to talk about, that 350 opening price. Once we got weak on that, it's been sellers and sellers only here on CBRS. Back through 350 was an extremely valid trade, and I would say an A+ setup when it did show up and it did come in pretty nicely. So you can see here since then, we'll go to a higher time frame just on a 30-minute chart. You can see here a nice slow trend to the downside. Maybe we'll find some support on 200, but who knows? But since then, we have been seeing some sell pressure, and you got to remember how hype this thing was. I don't know if SpaceX is going to do the same thing, but this was an AI-related stock. SpaceX is somewhat AI-related as well, but you got to remember most of their revenue is coming in from their satellite internet business.
Yep.
So that's about $14 billion worth is coming in out of their $18 billion revenue that they had last year. So maybe something to consider. But again, that's way above my pay grade. I like to take the action off.
Starlink definitely the cash driver for this. But again, it's almost like Tesla in itself. You just remain forward-looking to see what, hey, data centers in space by 2028, and so much that can come with it. So within SpaceX, I mean, we know we're going to start seeing quarterly reports, right? So the street will react on that as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we do get a little bit better of a price than what we're going to see today. I'm long via NASA, that's 10.7. This is an ETF that has Rocket Lab, ASTS, and some other names in it as well. But 10.7% of that actual ETF's holdings are preferred shares within SpaceX. So that will be converted after the open, and that's how I've had my exposure for the last little while. We can pull up NASA here momentarily and see how that's been performing on the day. We're holding up at this support level, 164.90 here on SpaceX, but NASA, that's going to not be in crypto. We'll pull this bad boy up. Team of Space Innovation. We can go through the holdings later. But in the post-market yesterday, running all the way up to 37.61, and then now we're trading around 33.54. We'll go over those holdings momentarily as I pull them up. But once again, guys, welcome to the show. We're all ready to go. Yeah, I mean, hey, it is what it is, Sean. You know what it is. We remain patient. I do believe, I think it would have opened up at this point. So 1:30, before 2 o'clock, it'll definitely open.
Joe, I want to ask you how you feeling about the Vegas Golden Knights' chances now?
How do I feel about the? Hey man, still a game to play at least.
Yeah. No, I'm asking seriously. I think it's been a great series so far there. And is the Knicks game tonight? I was actually asking about that because they actually did skip a day I always thought they were going to go last Sunday, but they went Monday. So I think that we say a big shout out to everybody from New York right there. And man, that city's going to be burned down to the ground if the Knicks wind up winning, man. I mean, that's going to be an absolutely wild. It's tomorrow, Saturday. Can you imagine that? Knicks winning on a Saturday night? I mean, I always feel like I want the home teams to always win because everyone's paying such a grip for all these tickets.
I usually want that to be true.
Yeah, but the Jays didn't give us that chance. Well, they tried.
But I want to be a little bit real about this one. I feel like it'd be better for the world if the Knicks won on the road because after what you've already seen with a single win. You can't be beating people up in the streets, man. I don't give a damn.
No, but I think they still might be beating people up in the streets.
Yeah, win or lose. It's going to be worse if they lose.
It's going to be insane.
It'll be absolutely chaos.
Why can't people just enjoy themselves
if these guys lose?
I mean, I guess
which I don't think they're going to. I want to go over this quickly. We'll get back into the sports box because I was mentioning this a couple of moments ago. Here are the holdings of NASA, the ETF. We have 10.7% of it is SpaceX preferred stock. Rocket Lab sitting at 11%, and then we have Planet Labs, FTC, Lunar, Fly, ASTS, VMP, BSKY, and YSS. So those are the holdings of that specific ETF. But yeah, I mean, listen, congratulations to Vegas anyways from getting to the finals. I mentioned as soon as they acquired Mitch Marner, I'm surprised. I think what I do believe, I don't know why, like Wemby's dominant defensive player of the year, but I thought he would have more of an impact in this finals. But shout out to Brunson, he's been absolutely insane.
Thank you for the super chat there, David. World Cup quant models simulate 10 games in EA.
Yeah, in EA, so he did it online there. Oh, for 159.90.
Yeah, we just
right back to 160 again, right back to 160 there. So who won in that simulation there?
That's what we want.
I've got Spain. You got anybody?
Well, I want England to win because
that's fine.
England for England, so that's what I'm cheering for. I don't actually think they'll win.
I got Canada actually.
I wouldn't be surprised if Belgium, I think Sharif mentioned Belgium, and España, maybe.
What game's happening today? Because he said he took today off for...
Canada, Bosnia.
Who did? Who took today off?
He's going to the game.
Sharif said that he got
Bro, it's 11:30, so he's not showing up now.
Well, no, it's not.
Tickets weren't... I actually saw them on... you can get in there for 900 Canadian, so you can get in there for like
that's not
600 US.
Yeah, it's not as crazy as
right now. And there's only 45,000 seats, something like that. So there is, a lot of good viewing spots there. So, wow, shout out to Sharif, man. There's no way in hell I would miss SpaceX IPO for that. But SpaceX, that's 310. Is the game. So shout out Sharif, gonna go enjoy that. So I didn't know that, so congratulations Sharif. I'm glad.
I just found that out.
He's a big football fan, soccer fan there. So shout out to that one and everybody that's there. Remember, we do have our sponsors in the description. Go give them a shout out, man. A lot of our sponsors have been here since day one. VinFast right there on the screen as well. Centerpoint Securities rolling through as well. Trade the Pool. A lot of our sponsors, OGen. Make sure you go check all the links in the description to get that ready to rock and roll for you guys as well. Record day for us. We want to thank everybody for being here. And normally we're trading the Rocket Labs. We're trading every space. I mean, the TQs, the NASDAQ is now up 1% right now. We're trading oil here every day. We've already traded some silver. Joe, Obi, myself, Neil, Sharif, we're all very active traders.
Intel hit 124.
Intel's running. I mean, we can look at a couple different names here. I'm fine with it. I mean, whatever
Not even
happens,
paying
happens.
attention.
Unfortunately, there's Nvidia. Yeah, Nvidia up 1% into 206.
The market's super strong today. Like, I know everyone's waiting for, sitting here waiting for SpaceX, but you got another point. On top of the big day yesterday, we're getting this. ARM is flying. Marvell's going. There's just so many things that are moving.
By the way.
Willis Addison. It's moved again. Okay, I'm going to move my order because we have to be ready. That's the thing. Like, we're going to be adjusting orders and that kind of thing. But thank you for the super chat there, Willis Addison. YOLOing USO, they just said in the super chat. We appreciate you. 159.90.
Yeah, right up
We've been sitting at the tap of 160 for about 10 minutes, and then it just went 10 cents.
Someone's YOLOing USO. Which way are you YOLOing USO right now? Because
throw the super chat back up if you can.
I mean,
Andre.
because it's right there. I hope you're going short, honestly, because YOLOing USO swing puts.
Oh, puts. Yeah. My thrift savings plan and all my mistress
158
into SpaceX.
Oh man,
watch it open at 153. That's gonna be.
Yeah, let's have some fun. Let's make some money. I like that. The mistress. You got the mistress plan. Hey.
Oh boy.
It's now 57.
156.
56. It keeps on dropping. 156 even.
Really selling off here now, guys. Pull up my screen if you don't mind.
155.
155. Holy schmoly. Yeah, there it goes. Support level breached on SpaceX. I wouldn't be surprised
Hope it
if.
doesn't happen to me.
What?
Are your quotes frozen or something?
No, Obi just lost his whole platform there.
Oh, yeah, well, that's what happened to me not too long ago. I'm like, oh, my God. But here it goes, guys. Selling off here, cracking through that 166 support level, now down to 162, putting our tap to $155. We can take a look at the imbalance here one more time. Buy side still 1.6 million here, guys. Let's get ready to rock and roll. It's really selling here.
Yeah, SpaceX now down to 155. I mean, we started the show at 175, right?
Yep.
This
Go
tap
Robinhood.
This tap up here was 175. So all of a sudden, those 135 allocations that we were like YOLOing into, a lot of people were. Obviously, no one got their full allotment, I don't think. I mean, people were talking about getting 10% of what they asked for. But down into 155. Now you're looking at like a $2 trillion flat valuation. I think that's probably where they're going to open this thing. I mean, we've been saying that forever. Like when it was 160, we thought it was cool. We thought 169 was kind of gimmicky. That might have happened. Then we saw 167. We thought that was going to maybe happen. So to sit here and make a prediction on where we're going to open up, we don't know. And the tap right now is 40. Like that's over 40 million extra paired shares. So they've already done the 75 million. They're going to be 40 million more coming into the market right now. Like that's a lot of interest that they're going to have to try to pair down with. And it looks like some of that interest is sell side, right? Because if it was all buy side, this thing would be 165, 185, going maybe the other way. So man, knees weak, palms are sweaty, man. And I love mom spaghetti, but today we're going to keep a clean shirt here and wait to see what winds up happening with the open. Normally we do what's for lunch. I don't even have the menu.
You don't even know what lunch is.
I don't even have the menu today. Something happened with our emails. So yesterday on what was for lunch yesterday, it was
meatballs.
Italian meatballs. So we had some meatballs with some pasta there yesterday. Pretty decent. We got back from a lunch. I did sneak one in because got to try a meatball. They weren't bad.
I ate 2 lunches.
Again, yeah, catered lunch around here. Yes, Sia, what'd you think?
How do you rate it?
Pardon?
How do you rate it?
The meatballs? Yesterday?
No, I didn't really have. So I had like one meatball, like a 5, like a 5 out of 10. Like
I was at 6.8.
What were you at, Sia?
5.5.
5.5 and 6.8 over here. Okay, so yeah, yesterday was what's for lunch was the Italian flag. It was meatballs with penne, roasted vegetables, and a Caesar salad. So that was yesterday's Italian what's for lunch. And I don't know what's for lunch today. All right, there's a big joke that happens around here that we sometimes get tilapia. And that was okay for a minute, but then we started getting it too much.
Yes.
So now we hold up back off of that. I don't have the menu.
I just looked to see if maybe like Michael or someone had gone to get their lunch already, but no, we don't
Question for you.
It might be here right now if someone goes to the
Of course
kitchen.
it's here right now. What do you got, Joe?
I have a question for
do you
you
got?
guys, and I believe that everyone, see if you can answer this. So from your experience with previous IPOs, with a dropping tap leading into the open, or a rising top,
Checking
what
heart
do you
rate.
typically see? So if the top is falling, do you think the probability of it trading higher slowly start to decay if it continues to drop here?
It cuts both ways because you want the momentum, you prefer the momentum to be up, but you have to remember sometimes why it's tapping lower, the ability to open at a price that it's not going to rug where you have less immediate sellers. Like that's why you match it down. What I prefer, if the first...
That's a great question.
If the first number I saw...
154 I just saw.
I just saw this too. If the first number we saw instead of 175 had been 150, and then it kept on going and it got to 155, or it started at 140 and went to 155, I'd prefer that to starting at 175 and coming down to 155.
151.
Yeah, it continues to go down. No, I don't like this more. I don't. That's simple. I
don't think you can like it more, but I don't think it changes the narrative of what you're trying to do, right? I mean, I think that if you think you like the long here, the better price actually gives people more buying power to get in and maybe push this thing even higher off the open. So I think it does cut both ways. I think that's probably the best answer around here, and that trade it accordingly to how.
Here it is. Look at it. It's really starting to fall. Volume's starting to kick up here as well, too, guys. So.
It's going to come out in any second here, it looks like. Because now you're really dancing. Now you're at 154 again. We just got up to 156, I thought I just saw. And now you're back down into 154. So, again, the trade now 152. The plan of action for me is get the opening price. So if it pops right now at 152, we'll be long. Oh, now 150, 188. See what it's doing, 150, 144. It's happening right in front of you right now. So this is like just super exciting times as you guys are seeing a live update. What we're looking at is right in the middle here. Maybe I can show you. It's right there, 151.25. So that's what we're looking at. And we're just adjusting.
150.
Yeah, okay, so there. It might go 150, right? 149.99 is my stop. So we're going to get long shares at 150 if it pops now.
Think so?
That's where we're going to get shares at. And then my stop order goes immediately at 149.99. Because if there's no initial pop through, I just want to get out because I'm taking the long. And I'm not going to sit here and watch a level 2 because that is going to be insane, the volume and what the level 2 quotes will look like. So we're just going to sit here, watch it. It's just dropped from 175, I think was the highest maybe we saw, guys.
All the way clean into 150.
It couldn't get above 175.
Right.
Even though like it was pairing, it was a buy imbalance and everything. Like I was hoping for it to go to like 180, 190s, maybe even 200s to really be like, all right, well, this is something that I'm looking for. Even 175s would have been great, but 150s, like we might even open at 135s, guys.
Could you imagine that? I mean, we've just dropped in the last 20 minutes like that $10. You're not far away, Obi.
If we see 135 on the bid today at any point, anybody that's looking at a level 2, you're going to see a number on the level 2 that you ain't ever seen before. If we see 135 today, it's going to be like Facebook Day. And anyone that remembers that day, the underwriters sat on the bid, and no matter how much they sold, they defended the living crap out of that thing at, I think it was $37. They just re-upped and re-upped and re-upped, and Morgan was all over the bid, doing whatever they could to make sure it didn't break. I'm not saying it would hold at 135 if it gets there, but there's going to be millions on that bid. And even if they hit them, they're going to put more because they don't want pie in their face. They look pretty bad if it breaks 135 today. Forget about this 150 stuff. That's a price you don't want to see on day one for an IPO this big. And obviously, if it gets to that price, like I'll be done. But
I mean, there's a whole like unlocking structure. I don't know if you guys read through it for like stuff to happen before Q1, things that might happen before Q2. They're unlocking 10% of the shares, 7% of the shares for things like that. But yeah, no, I think maybe we get some price discovery below the opening price. It really depends. If they defend it, that'd be sick. That would be an amazing trade. I've read it in the books, and I've heard about it from seasoned traders as well. That Facebook held bid, like if you've ever seen a held bid, that was a held bid. Right? We see held bids and offers every now and then here in the market, especially if you're here every day, you're watching closely and you're reading the tape, you're reading the book, nothing to the magnitude
you read this in the book.
Obi, the Facebook, that Facebook day was from like a technical perspective, the literal easiest trade you will ever see in your life. They had like 10 million shares on the bid on Morgan Stanley at $37. It started to get chewed up. It got down to like 1 or 2 million. Everyone's like, oh shoot, it's gonna break. The second it looked like 37 was gonna break, they just pumped a few more million on there. When that number went up, everybody hit 01. And if you missed 01, you hit 02, and if you missed 02, you hit 03, and if you missed 03, you hit 04. And you just swiped up, you went long, and it ran into the close because it happened in the afternoon. That was the low. You just punched long, and you held it to the close. It was unreal. But remember, Facebook was down that day. Like it was like down 10% or something from the issue price. But that was a very unique one. This is not going to be that. It's opening above. I don't think we see 135. Well, I shouldn't say we don't see it, but I think it'd
be pretty cool. It'd be a good lesson, I guess, to see what happens with that 135. Markets
I'd
always
rather not
teaching
have
us.
that lesson. No, I don't think we. Let's see if we get it today. I got to give a big shout out in the chat right now.
Adara.
Is Adara. So there she goes, man. Adara, I hope everything went well with you over there. We are excited to have you back on Monday, of course. And she's already talking in the chat that she's going to be here trading SpaceX on Monday. So shout out to Adara. And a big shout out to Sia filling in back there. Any sort of a news story that winds up hitting, we're going to be all over that. We've had more talk about Iran today, of course. USO, the market right now near the day's high as we look at the...
moving to the upside or the downside.
There she is.
TraderTV.live is always on trend. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe to join us every single day. The markets are open.
There we go. You nailed that one, Adara. Every single day we are live when the markets are open. And we're live at 8 a.m., as it just mentioned there, every single day, going into 4 p.m. And then guess what? We stay late. If there's earnings, important earnings through, anything happening in the market that's, instrumental, we're going to be here late, past 4 o'clock every single day. It's myself, Neil, it's Obi, it's Joe, it's Sharif, it's Adara, it's C, it's Brendan. So we've got, 6 or 7 or 8 hosts. I don't want to say that, that whole thing there. Yeah. So I don't know how many hosts we have. That's what we're going to be doing there. And very, very special moment in time here with everybody live right now. We want to thank, of course, all of our sponsors for the stream. This stream is live commercial free. We've been going live since 8 a.m. Right now, and there's nothing interrupting. We're not going to go on commercial and SpaceX opens up. We're going to keep it on right now. All of our screens locked and loaded with SPCX right now. I mean, we don't have anything going. I mean, the only trade that I, was able to put on today was I did Oracle long. We had the futures long. Unfortunately, we got not stopped at. We took a lot out up here at 77 as Neil has some fruit. From 75 long, we got stopped out early. That was one trade. Then we bought it back. We started ripping high side, got stopped out at VWAP, and right there is what we're talking about right now on the TQQs, bouncing off of 77.50 and your 50-period moving average. As the NASDAQ up 0.7 today, the ES up 0.6. But all eyes, SPCX, as we get ready to rock and roll right now, looking at a 150 open as of now. Look, I think all of us, there it is right there. What do we want to vote on here?
We're open, what do we have, less than an hour?
Oh, Joe's got this.
What is this?
Round 2.
Right, so vote, type in the chat.
Why do you keep doing that?
12 o'clock.
Type in the chat which one you think. I mean, if you think it's going to open up in, less than 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. No, it will open up, my guess.
No, not 4.
2 hours is probably reasonable because most IPOs that we've been sitting here for is between that 1 to 2.
1 and 2.
If you're lucky, you get it a little earlier than 1. So that fits that bill. I'm going to say my heart is telling me, well, based on my heart rate, it's telling me it's going to open now. But based on what I think really is probably happened, number 1. I think we're going to get in the next hour.
I've been thinking. I typed in the 2. At this point,
I think 2 is a more reasonable.
It's just looking more and more like the usual. That said, this is was always going to be a bit different. Their tap is stabilized, but what's crazy is I know Obi and Joe have been looking at the tokenized market. Like Hyperdash, you've been tanking lately, and then you're back underneath 160 there. It's trading at the 158. It just keeps getting lower and lower and lower. What you want to see happen is it stabilize like it's doing here. But why I'm not sure it's going to be as soon. Check out down at 150. See that buy and balance? That's now up to 7.7 million. So the paired volume is 50 million. 30 minutes ago, the actual open interest was what, 30 million shares? It's almost 60.
Yeah, I think my guesstimate is probably going to be after lunch that this thing actually drops. I mean, for it to drop in the first couple hours would be fantastic, but that's not going to happen. We're probably going to be looking at this to drop after lunch. I'm with you, FX Pips, on that forecast. I think that's when it's going to drop. We've been here since the launch this morning. Right now, the world's in a hold pattern on SpaceX. And we're still waiting to see some action on the charts. None of the charts are moving yet for us. We have seen the price drop from around 170 down to around 150. So that's yeah. So that's good news for, for people who are worried that it's going to completely tank. But we are seeing some scaling back on this price, this buy-in price. DDINGHO says, so when? Well, right now, my friend, no one knows. Most people that understand the length of a freeze and a hold on typical stocks will tell you that it's usually within the hour, but typically a long hold pattern may be 2 hours. And with this stock, it could be even longer from the get go because it's one of the biggest IPOs in history. So no one really knows. The worst case scenario is that it goes through till Monday. They could freeze for the entire day on Friday, the entire trading day. So market may close with SpaceX still in a hold pattern to protect investors. So we'll see what actually happens there. But institutions are controlling 80% of this buy-in, and then the retail traders are left with the crumbs around 20%. But we have not seen any news on any of TradingView, no data on there. We were talking about watching AMD today because AMD was in a surge on the bell. Huge swing to the upside on the green candles here. A couple trading instances happening, highs and lows, and then it went even higher on the second run. And now we have some leveling off, but we're also seeing another spike here, and now there's a current sell-off. So a lot of these coattail stocks, we were telling you about these, if they are in the AI sector or space sector, you saw a huge increase in volatility and volume buying in at the end of the week this week. And then in the morning, as soon as the bell rang this morning, we watched all of the space stocks sell off because people took profit during the week, with the lead up to the party for the launch of SpaceX, and then a massive sell off. So if you were still holding this morning, you probably saw your account drop quite a bit. And now you're hopefully seeing some of that level off, and maybe it'll come back, but I don't think it'll come back to the high that it was on the bell close yesterday. So if you missed that run this week, you could see AMD. If we go back from AMD and let's look 5-day pattern here, you can see during the week it had a couple boosts, and then by Thursday, at the end of Thursday, this is what happened to a lot of the space and space-related tech stocks. Went nuclear yesterday by the end of the bell, selling off this morning. So kind of leveled out after hours, and then a sellout right there. You can see all the vol on the MACD at the bottom right there where the selling started. And now there's a little less selling. So maybe that the trend is going to curve back upwards and get back into the buy pattern. Big boost on AMD. I'm fairly bullish on AMD. Nvidia, not so much. I did get burnt last year on Nvidia. Kind of got rid of Nvidia. Wasn't feeling super comfortable with that, but as of the launch of all the data centers, Nvidia is on top of that market right now. So for the long term, Nvidia is going to be a good one, I believe. And on the 5-year, you can see last year, somewhere around November, we had a spike, and then we had a massive sell-off through December. And they're back right before summer. Back in the spring last year, it was kind of on the uptick, and then we had sort of some selling happening through May. And then here's where all of the data center news started to come out about the AI race. And Nvidia is on the leading edge, the cutting edge of the AI race for all of the private investments. So there's a lot of money being pumped into Nvidia. You can see the volume down here is massive. One of the largest companies, one of the top 10 companies in the world. We have Mono. His prediction said it will start. He believes it will start trading at noon. So it'll be interesting if we're here live when we'll try to stay here and cover this through the afternoon and see what happens with SpaceX. It'll be very interesting. I find this stuff very fascinating. I like to see these markets move. I like to watch the candles to the minute. It's kind of a fun little side hobby aside from tech and drones. Very interesting to see the way that these markets move. Learning the science behind it. It is absolutely a science, just like anything else. Some people have no clue what's going on with stocks and trading, and that's a lot of people don't understand the way it works. If you do understand the way it works, you can make money. But it's also being able to predict the patterns that occur with these candles if you're a trader. Knowing when to get in, when to get out, if you're trading on the short term. And honestly, most people are long-term investors. They usually buy and hold. And in a sense, if you wait 5 years on a stock, typically they usually go up. So if you look back to 2020 on certain stocks, do a little bit of historical analysis, you'll see that even like Nvidia, check out Nvidia. If you would have got back in 2023, even just 3 years ago, you would have been somewhere around $15 to $16 a share on Nvidia back in 2023. And you look at it today, and there's a price increase of about 80%, 90% at 206.52. So huge increase on Nvidia. And I was actually following Nvidia back in those days. And back in 2020, right before Nvidia took their first huge volume increase around by October 2021, and then a sell-off in 2022 as sort of we had some market depression in 2022. And then just from there, massive growth on this company. And so there was a huge buy-in this week on space stocks. Everyone was investing any types of companies that were aligning in the space industry. And then we had a huge sell-off this morning, which is kind of predictable. Someone said in the chat, trading live now for SpaceX. So we're going to just check in on the chart again. And let's see if this is active. Okay, we see some numbers here this time. So we had zero data. It is currently at 159.88, trading, going up right now. Currently on the rise. We're probably going to hit 160 here, I'm thinking. Looks like there is mostly buying happening right now. We're at the 159 level, approaching 160. Might see 160 here. It'd be nice to see some candles popping in here. But finally, the trading should have opened up right now. We are at 160 on the market open. So well above 135 on the buy-in level. So now as a retail trader, you should be able to get in on this, depending on what platform you're on. And I may just pop over and see. I'm just going to check on Schwab real quick. Let's check on Schwab and see. Let me see what's happening over there. Let's see if we get anything on the Schwab side of things. All right, we got some candles happening over here on Thinkorswim. So if you're on Thinkorswim right now, you might see some candles. There is some red candles happening right now. There's a massive sell-off, but we are currently at 156, 157. Oh my God, it's moving so fast. So we do have a 15% increase, 17%. It's moving kind of like a penny stock right now. It's kind of crazy. Let me see here. Let's see if I can get this live screen up for you guys so you guys can check this out live on the screen. That's what you're here for. You want to see that. So yeah, right now that's to the minute, 1 minute right there. 15, 16%, moving at 157, 158. It's moving pretty quick. So if you want to get in on position right now, you can. It figures that an ad would drop right in the middle of this first move, up 18% already. So what do you guys, let me know what you think down in the chat, what you think it's going to boost up to in the first 30 minutes. So we're looking at the first 30 minutes for the most move. I believe in the first 30 minutes after that, we may see some sell-off. But right now, there was some selling. There was a little bit of uptick in the first 5 minutes, and then there was a sell-off back down to 157. And now we're seeing another red candle popping up. That candle is now turning into green, which is a good sign. So there's some buying happening. Looks like people are buying. It would be nice if we had some volume data down there, but right now we have zero volume data as far as the MACD. We don't have any trend lines or anything like that happening over on Schwab. I could check over here on TradingView, see if they give us a little more volume detail, but I'm sure that the volume's just gone nuclear. Okay, we got some candles over here on TradingView finally. Check it out. We do have a little bit of volume down here, shown on the MACD on the bottom here on TradingView. Looks like at 161.90 right now. So we are moving. Finally, SpaceX is moving just before lunch. So now nobody's going to lunch because everyone is buying into this and waiting for that high of the day to probably sell off. But it also depends on which platform you're on. Some of the platforms are going to allow you to buy in, but they're going to make you hold it for a certain amount of time. I believe Schwab, though, if you're into a Schwab account, I believe they are letting you sell. They're not going to hold you to holding it once you get it. Let me know if in the chat, if you guys got in on this or you're just kind of sitting back watching what's happening with this right now. Biggest IPO in history finally moving Friday, June 26th or June 12th, 2026. See a 164.85 at the high. So still moving up. And what's the percentage right now? We're at, let's jump into this is Thinkorswim right now. We're at 22%, still rising, still going up. We got 4 green candles on the run here. So if you're in a trade on this one, you're looking pretty good at this point. I would be cautious if you were to jump in at maybe the 4th or 5th green candle because we could have a pullback at some point here. Somebody in the chat, it's Rick. Rick, you got in at 135. That's awesome, brother. That's awesome. Wow, I just saw it spike to 40% increase and then it dropped back down to 24. So when we first started seeing this, it was around 17% on the up. And it's hard to predict what it's going to do, but I think it's going to surpass 30% today for sure. I think we're going to keep seeing some buy-in because people are still just getting access to this on their platforms. So we're going to see some mostly green for a while because of the volume. It would be very surprising to see a sell-off at this point because I think everyone's still pushing the buy button right now. I would be very careful if you're putting a lot of big dollars into this high volume buy-ins, but you are able to finally make a buy-in on this. This is pretty sweet. So let me know in the chat if you did buy in, if you are in right now. Just type in on the screen and let us know that you're in on it. So right now we are seeing a sell-off, and depending on how low that gets, maybe an opportunity if it gets to the bottom, and then people start to buy back in again. So obviously, like trading is definitely happening right now. It's like we got a high of 164, 165 now, going up to probably gonna. We're seeing a little bit of sell. People are taking some profit. All right, we got Corinthian Daniels in at 150 times 5 shares. Nice. In at 150, you're taking profits on that right now, or you're seeing profit on that. Whether you take profits, up to you. All right, it's still on the rise. I do see some pullback. Right now there are 3 red candles, but that third red candle is turning green right now, so it's going back up. People are buying back in at the low. It's still popping back and forth between 170 and 166.30, but it's moving pretty fast for such a large stock. Still at 23% though. We got Cuban Links saying that he's out on that. Dirty Gravy saying no. We're still seeing a decrease here, and a lot of times when you're watching these charts, one of the things that I do is like right when I think I should buy in, I should hold. I should drink coffee and sit back and watch, because 90% of the time when I let my emotions get into this, I lose money. I start thinking too much, and I don't wait to see what's going to happen, and there's a sell-off. Right about the time you press the buy button, there's a sell-off. And then you should have bought in at the bottom of the sell-off. Dave, the Love Boat is in at 150. Nice, bro. I would like to see it pull back to 150, and then I could maybe get in for a short this afternoon. I don't believe I'm held to any amount of time on Schwab to be able to get in on that. And it's still showing green, mostly green, but I am seeing some red on the chart. And over on Trading View, we're seeing mostly red there. So I'll just show you guys the chart real quick. I'll pull that up for you. But this has been a lot of fun, though. The largest IPO in history this morning. I got up before 6 a.m. West Coast time this morning to get in on this action this morning. Not so much to invest into it, just to kind of see what happens, because it's kind of like a financial firework, so to speak. Financial 4th of July happening here for a lot of people, mostly institutions, to be quite honest. We are still on the downside. It is having a sell-off right now. It looks like the MACD is trending downward right now. We are on the downswing. The Love Boat, man, I appreciate that. I'm just giving you some knowledge that I have on the stock market to sort of make sense of what's happening right now. Watching the charts myself, and I don't know. I do feel like some of the other coverage is all over the place. They're talking about a whole bunch of different stuff besides SpaceX, so I'm trying to stay focused on SpaceX for you guys. Because I was watching my friends over at Trader TV, and they seem to be bouncing all over the place this morning, because I think they don't know what to say when the stock was doing this for a couple hours, because we were in a worldwide financial hold pattern, and everyone was sitting on the edge of their seat with all of their investments into this. So now we're back on the upswing. We see first green candle. You know what happens on the first green candle? You watch for the second one. So you're watching in on the second. If the second green candle starts to happen, that may be an opportunity, according to a lot of the trading coaches out there. I am not a trading coach, and I'm not typically a trader. But I have in the past. And now, since we have the removal of the $25,000 pattern day trader flagging events happening on a lot of people's accounts, you can now get in for $2,000 and you can trade as much as you want. That's pretty awesome. For a lot of people that wanted to try to start a small account, now you have that opportunity, which you didn't have before. So yeah, still moving to the downside. Hold. If you're thinking about getting in right now, I would probably make sure you're watching these candles. I mean, typically what people want to do is they want to watch this red. You can see this tail at the very bottom down here. If it starts to move up, you got a little more buy action, some green happening that you can't see. Or this is the what they call the open and the close. Top and bottom of this candle, the open and the close. If it starts to push up, we might see a green happen, but with that large of a red candle, you're likely to see more red, so it may trend downward further. So we're at 160 right now, popped up back up to 170, 160.75, but back down to 159. And again, second red candle happening after that big one. So not surprised. I think it's going to go down further. I'm wondering if it's going to get back down to the 150 level, if we're going to trend that direction right now. It's kind of it's actually it's more predictable than I was thinking it was going to be, honestly, because I thought we are going to see, these aren't the largest green candles I've ever seen in the history of looking at stocks. My history, at least. But exciting nonetheless, because a lot of people are making a lot of money here, and it looks like, the way it looks right now as I'm looking at this chart right here, if, this might be another type of stable stock that will be stable enough in the next couple weeks to be able to make some trades on this without really having drastic drops and increases. And it also depends on the news. If you understand stock trading, you're looking at predictability of stock increase because of good news and stock decrease from bad news. So a lot of these traders are watching the news tickers. Give us some thumbs up on the channel right now if you're watching this to help the algorithm grab it and boost it up in the ranks. And we are still in the downslope, down from 160, down $4 to 156. Just barely boosting. So at the height of this, so we have a very large downtrend right now on this current candle, and we might be seeing some buying happening here in the next few moves. Like I said, there it goes. I believe that candle's going to turn back to a red candle, though. It's not very tall. It's not a very strong green uptrend, but we may see a second green candle. If you see that second green candle, a lot of people are going to react to that. So you may see more buying if there's a second green candle. So we might be seeing a trend upwards. Okay, just that second candle. Still moving. 159 down to just 158.93. So yeah, it's not moving as fast as I thought it was gonna, which is a good sign. It's not as scary as I thought it was gonna be, which is really good news for a lot of people. Because I had some fears for people out there. I thought this might be a massive mover, and not typically not exactly a rug pull, but there's a scam a minute out there, honestly, you guys. So we're seeing a huge green candle increase right now, coming up to around, yeah. So we're looking at back up to 161 on a massive green uptrend. Now people are starting to sell, to take some profits. So right now it's looking like it's up just about 20%, and it looks like it's trying to make a run for 162, which is happening right now. So but about all the way back down to 160, 161.30. Definitely moving. Yeah, if you like the coverage today, I've been on this since the very beginning this morning. Now into about our third hour of the live stream, just trucking and covering what's happening here. So definitely on a buying spree right now. There is some massive buying back in. There was a sell-off. Okay, I'll show you guys the screen. Somebody requested to see the screen. Okay, so we got TradingView right there. So we got a bit of a pullback for the past 20 minutes, and now we're in a MACD upswing. Right now, 4 green candles to the upside at 163. So we were down to 157, and it jumped up about $5 in the past 5 minutes. So you're seeing a fourth candle here. You're probably going to start seeing some selling here in a second. Next couple minutes, you're going to see probably those candles start to retract a little bit. Trader TV, these guys, I haven't checked in on them in the past 5 minutes since 10 minutes since the launch, but I'm sure that they have positions in. We could probably check in with them and see what's happening with those guys. 162.80, trying to hit 163 right now. We got 5 green candles on the upswing. So now we're seeing some sell-off. So now we're seeing some red happening here, but I think that candle's going to pop back up. Let's see. Let's get back on TradingView here for you. And I'll show you the live to 1 minute candles happening right here. We had a little bit of a red right there. People are starting to sell, but this is a pretty weak green candle, so I'm expecting that trend's going to turn red, and we're just going to head back on the downslope here. So after this green run, traders are buying. People are buying at the low, and now you're probably going to start seeing some selling at the high of 160. It was at 163. Now we're at 162.70. Drew W5N says I'm in. What did you get in on, Drew? What price point, what share point did you get in on? But it still seems to be moving slightly to the upside. It's kind of leveling off at 162 right now. But the buy trend looks like it's going down. So if you're trading right now, you're probably going to see some sell-off happening, is what I'm seeing right here to the 1 minute candles. Pushing slightly to the downside and back to the upside. And we have 2 very weak green candles happening currently. All right, Gain said he took 1,000. Nice. So I mean, looking at the history of it from, looks like what time do we get in here? 8:46 was when we started seeing some action on the charts. Finally, at 8:46 a.m. West Coast time. 11:46, almost lunchtime East Coast time. Still seeing some green happening here on the upside. Huge green candle just happened. Just jumped to 164. Ganesh, I'm not allowed to tell you whether you should hold or sell. I'm here to kind of show you and give you a little bit of insight on what's happening on the charts right now. It looks like it's to the upside, but typically when we see these patterns happen, you see this V right here on the screen. You see where it got to the high here at 167. Investors started to say, hey, this is a pretty good high. I've made profit. So they took profit, which means they sold. And then everyone continued to sell on this trend right here to the bottom at 156. So then at the bottom, people saw the bottom occurring, which is a pretty good run right there. So people started to buy back in at what they thought was that bottom. And now they're on the upside at 164. So currently, if you're thinking about getting in, not the greatest time to get in. If we're at the high of 160, not quite the high of the day, obviously. You can set a trend line there if you're using a chart, but we're almost at the high of the day. We're approaching the high of the day. The high of the day was 168. But it is trying to make that upswing toward 168 again, possibly. But we're watching it. So it's not quite as crazy as I thought it was going to be, which is really good news. I don't know what's happening right now with the. Okay, we're not seeing it freeze. That's good. Thankfully, they're letting it go. They're letting people trade on this. So 164.53, 140. It's kind of bottoming out back again. It's going. So my guess is going to ride back above 165, and then we're probably going to see a retraction back down to these lower levels that we saw before in the 150s. If I'm sort of seeing this correctly, because I didn't see a lot of action right here on this top candle. It looks like a little bit of retraction right here with that the top of that wick right there. So obviously there's some selling happening. And looking at the volume down below here, we've got some low volume buying right here. So this trend looks like it's heading for the downslope. Yeah, Melted Cheetah says don't get left holding the bag. Absolutely not. Be ready for it. So it's still trending upwards, but I don't think it's a very strong upswing. So we're most likely to see it actually drop back down into the red candles here soon, because this is very weak for the past 5 candles. We had a strong candle here in the middle, a couple weak ones here. We're still seeing it's trying to go green, and now we have a massive spike in a buy-in right there. So we may see a much taller candle occur in a few seconds here. So something happened with the volume right now. We just got double, triple the amount of volume on that last volume bar on the bottom down here. So you're watching your volume at the bottom and current price trend at the top on the candles. But it's doing better than I expected. It's definitely looking like a good trading day for people out there with some fairly predictable trading without being too far out of reach for most retail traders. I was pretty scared in the beginning of the day for a lot of retail traders out there. So now we're seeing a little bit of red candle drawback right there, a little bit of pullback. And the reason that I say that is because you have no idea what the world's largest IPO is going to do. So now we're seeing another trend to the upside, a massive green candle happening after we saw a small red candle. So there was a sell-off currently at 166 and rising up. Maybe we'll see 167 here. So huge candle to the upside. And every time I think that it's about to go back down again, it's it's kind of holding to the up. So you can see that top candle in there. It's way higher than a second ago when I just showed it to you. Yeah, I'm waiting for that dip. If there's a massive dip, I may get in on the dip because this last time frame here on the chart looks very easy to trade. It looks extremely easy because where it looked like it was about to just go to hell right here, you could see that next volume of green drop in right there. And on the second one, that's where you know that it's on the uptrend. I could put some more indicators here for you on the screen. Maybe I'll drop in some. Let's see. And some people have no clue what a lot of these indicators mean, but some of you guys that trade, absolutely know what the basics are. MACD and the volume, the trend line. There are a bunch of different indicators you can put on there, but I like the MACD. So it looks like it's going in the red just a little bit right now at 165. Is it going to go below 165 back down? We're seeing our first red bar on the volume on the bottom right there. So that's telling me that we might see the next bar go to red on the volume side of things. But this candle, this sell candle right here is pretty weak. Getting a little bit stronger. Someone asked me just a second ago if I think it'll drop below 150 today. It's not likely. That would be a huge move to the downside from 165 currently down to 150. I don't see it dropping back down to 150. Crazier things have happened on the stock market, but I don't see it dropping down to 150. So a little bit of background. Some of you guys might not know, but I do have some. When I was coming up as a young buck, did have a little bit of insight into the stock market. I almost actually took a job on Wall Street. I was offered a job in my early 20s to come work on the NASDAQ with one of the larger companies out there, investment companies. For me, I decided to do something else. I took a job instead in New York City with Viacom. That's why I do video nowadays, because my initial career path, my choice of career was to go into broadcast television. Okay, so it looks like we're still on the uptrend right now. We had one volumetric candle in the red here, a little bit of selling at the top of this run, and now we're still on the upswing. So it looks like it's trying to go to 167. We may see 167. I don't know if we're going to hit the high of the day. That would be pretty interesting if we did. You know, as a little bit of a tiny experienced trader, I would like to see it. I would like to see it just drop back down, so I could find it in, maybe take a little bit of profit on the downside. Because here's what my prediction is. I don't think with what I'm seeing, the movements and the volume in the chart, you can see that the volume is way higher when it first popped. A whole bunch of people got in right here. And if you got in right around here, you're probably sitting pretty good right now because you have an increase from around 152 to 164. So you're seeing a pretty good profit margin at this point if you're still hanging long. And now we're seeing a bit of a sell-off. So our first deep dive candle. Dennis asked if I'm a full-time trader. Does it sound like I'm a full-time trader? Just checking in. So we have a second candle happening here, and so now you're on the position. Let me make sure my chart's up right here. So I'm going to show you the second candle that's happening right here. Okay. All right. So now we're back down to 162.75, 47. Limonelli, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, says you put a good portion of your cash into it at 150. Great. This is my first trade in years, and I'm not very experienced, and I'm sweating. You should be sweating. If you are putting money into the stock market, I've always kind of seen this as I can't really talk about it on YouTube because if I say certain keywords, then YouTube algorithm will flag me immediately. I feel like just saying the word drone nowadays also puts us on a red flag on YouTube because of stupid Ukraine stuff, unfortunately, for a hobby side of things. But in the in the financial sector, saying the G word, you know, some of you guys know what I'm talking about. If you think about Vegas, the G word may be a bad word to say on a live stream. It's hard to know what you can and can't say nowadays, which kind of sucks, and which is probably why a lot of people are moving over to Rumble. Quite honestly, I should probably live stream on Rumble. Let me know what you guys think about that. I think we have more freedoms to speech on Rumble than YouTube. So two sell-offs right now. Currently, the first green candle in the buyback, and so if you see this, a lot of times. So if you're an inexperienced trader, you should probably. This is not financial advice, but a lot of times what people will do is buy back in on the second green. The second green is usually a little bit safer, but the second green sometimes is also known to drop back down. So currently at 164, trying to push 165. $164.95. It's just teetering back and forth. Wow, what a nice sell-off we had there for a second, and then a big buyback in. So we're on the, according to Charles Schwab charts on Thinkorswim, we're at the second green candle heading into possibly a third green candle, but it's very narrow into the red a little bit here. Go back to TradingView, check that out. I feel like this one's a little less accurate, but I'm not paying for a subscription right now on TradingView, so they may be shortchanging me here. One day I'm on the 1 minute chart, I believe. Okay. 1 day, 1 minute. So third green candle happening. So let's check in on Trader TV and see if they have any positions right now. No positions over on Trader TV. They're smart. They're waiting for this buyback in, which I was talking about to you guys. Somebody said it's not the G word, it's opening loot boxes, but you should still consider it the same. Absolutely. Because as a regular person, you really don't know what these numbers are going to do because you're not able to see behind the scenes, especially as if you don't know, most people that are in the general public are known as retail traders. And if you are a retail trader, you are blind to the backside of the current financial situation that some of the institutions can see with their real-time machines and who knows if they're using algorithms, bots, and other types of market forecasting software that the average guy doesn't have. So you want to be very wary of that. Let's check in on Bloomberg and see if they have any new headlines. SpaceX jumps in the first trades following the record $75 billion IPO. Check it out. I thought this was supposed to be in the trillions. I don't want to claim any offers on Bloomberg. Sorry. And it's official. Elon Musk is the world's first trillionaire after the SpaceX IPO opened today. So the market, the NASDAQ, is up on Friday. Yeah. And still no positions over on Trader TV. If you don't know about those guys, they do live trading every single day, 5 days a week. Drew is asking, did I get in? I did get in for a momentary, and then I got out because I took profit on that, but not much. So the way that I look at this is it's fairly stable from the get-go. Great buy-in for the first 30 minutes here. If you can see on this chart right here, there is a great buy-in. And as this happened, it was very predictable. So knowing what I know about the stock market and watching volume for the past 5 to 10 years, this is very predictable chart right now. So the retail traders are having a good time with this today. They're not that scared of what's happening. If you're sort of an experienced trader, you're not too worried. Now, what I am seeing right now, if I was to analyze this chart right in front of you right now, we have this first 30 minutes here, which was a great buy-in. Everybody wanted to get their shares. This happened. Everybody got their share. It seems like a lot of people took profit back down to here. Then also at the bottom of this one, the second rally of investors came in through here, which was a very gradual green volume buy-in. Some people took profit right here for these couple candles. And what I'm seeing right now, as of the past 15 minutes, is that it is kind of leveling off around the 164 level. So we're kind of leveling off. It's looking fairly stable, even down here in the volume. Not a lot of change in the volume candles here. We have a huge volumetric buy-in when it first went public here after the freeze, and then you see this downtrend right here with the volume. So it is SpaceX is leveling off around 164, 165 currently. And so now we just have to sit back and watch as the world buys in or sells out and takes profit. But I don't think there's a lot of profits to be made when it levels off like this. So as a retail trader, it's time to drink coffee. Yeah, somebody came in the chat and Solus1009 said that they use what's called Aladdin for algorithm trading, not available to the general public. It seems kind of unfair, doesn't it? Seems like there should be some kind of an executive order to make that available to the public. But we know, since the majority of the world is probably in some type of oligarchy situation right now that the powers that be get to keep the coins that they have and collect more. And for the example of SpaceX, we get the crumbs, the remnants, what's left over. We get to scrape it up off the floor and try to make a couple dollars, which you guys may be doing right now. But look at that. That's a pretty boring trend line. And right now, if we look down here at the CMULT MACD at the very bottom of the screen right here, you see this red line right here. That is currently the direction. So we're seeing a slow swing to the downside right now. But it's a very slow, gradual movement, but it has been occurring since right around 9:20, about 12 minutes ago. We saw sort of a slow sell-off. It's a very boring slow sell-off. I want to see a huge red candle here, if I could be quite honest. So as a retail trader, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a massive sell-off because that creates another opportunity where you could get back in, right? And we have no positions over on Trader TV. Still no positions over here. They're still talking about it, but no one, including myself, I don't have any positions right now. There's no reason for me to buy in or on what's current right now. So let me know in the chat how many shares you got, possibly, or what kind of what number you bought in at. Currently in TradingView, we're at 164.91 with a slow sell-off happening right now. And this stock is so popular that you're probably going to see a very stable 160. It's going to be in the 160s for the next, I think it's going to be in the 160s for the next couple hours, unless we see an institutional sale. If you see a massive red candle, like back here in the very beginning, this may be where some of the institutions, these really large red candles, may be institutional sell-off, where you had millions of dollars sold out to take profit. Because retail trader, if you're watching this as a regular average Joe with a cup of coffee, you didn't make any of these candles right here with your sell-off. We don't really make a ripple in the big financial pool. It's the institutions that create these candles. So let me know what you think of the analysis today on the SpaceX stocks. If you are in the chat right now, give me a thumbs up if you enjoyed the commentary and the reaction of the SpaceX chart finally coming to public eye. Corinthian Daniel says, I'm probably going to hold until 200 before considering sale. I may play long with my small amount for 300. I think you're pretty safe in that. I don't see it. I do see some downtrend right now. Some people are continually taking profit over the past 20 minutes, but I don't see it moving drastically to the upside or the downside. I am seeing it hit a low of 163.88, but it's still maintaining right now. So it's sort of leveling off and almost at the mid 160s. So Rico's asked what my thoughts are on other space stocks like RKLB, ASTS. So I was talking about that earlier in the stream. We were talking also about AMD. So AMD you might want to look at today. And SpaceX is moving so slow right now that we actually can go back and look at the chart on AMD. I'll show you what's happening currently on AMD. Check this out. Since the bell today, look at the huge increase on AMD. And if you go back and you look at the 5-day on AMD, you'll see quite a sell-off back around June 26th, all the way down to the end of that day with a massive sell-off, and then there was a huge buy-in. But continually last week, because AMD is also an AI-related stock, any AI-related stocks and space stocks this week took a huge increase in volume and buy-in. And Schwab also has themed investment packs that you can buy. You can buy, a starting price at around $250 and get about 15 to 20 space themed stocks that they've hand selected. So that's seen a return the last year to date around 136%. So that's one of the top yielding themes in the Charles Schwab platform. So the trend was this week, buy all the space stocks you can get that are related, that are closely related to SpaceX. And then what happened this morning was a sell-off of all that profit turned over immediately at 9:30 this morning when the stock market opened. Which, I mean, I'm not surprised. It's a smart thing to do. So SpaceX, AMD is a good one. SpaceX still, let's get back to the 1-minute chart here. Still continuing a slow trend downward. Now, I would like to see it get back down into the 150s as a buy back in, but currently it's kind of leveled off slightly to the downside. Who knew? Maybe my other channel has to be or maybe we'll just turn this whole channel, not the whole channel. We'll continue to do a little bit of financial analysis because I enjoy it. And they tell you to do whatever in YouTube you enjoy. If you want to start a YouTube channel, do something you enjoy. Because people can kind of notice that. But I just enjoy tech in general. So I tend to watch tech and space stocks were the most interesting to me. And fly drones, of course, on this channel. In other words, if you like nerdy stuff, you should subscribe. Because we cover all the nerdy topics on this channel. And we are not ashamed of nerding out. Okay, so it looks like we are on the second green candle. So it looks like a good opportunity to hop back in because we're gonna ride the second green candle here way up. If we see a third one happen, we may possibly take profits on that. And yeah, huge green spike. I would have liked to got in on that one, but not possible. Something institution just bought in, so institutions have now entered the room. Second green, huge green candle to the upside, massive green candle. So now we're at 167. You can expect to see a sell-off here in a second. Massive green candle. So I was thinking about that second candle. We just talked about that. So as a retail investor, a lot of times you don't get back into the upside or buy into a trade if you're thinking about trading till the second green candle occurs. And then within seconds, that spiked, and the third green candle after that appeared. Now at 167.37. And you can see where the line crosses down at the bottom right here. So at the bottom of the screen, you see this is what you should be watching right here. I've watched thousands of hours of trading videos, and they all talk about this trend line right here. If you see this cross section happen right here, we were trending to the downside, and then they crossed, and that's exactly where it pumped. So now we're going to see probably a pump and dump, because people are going to take profits at some point right here. But this may create such excitement because what looks like we might do is we might blow past the high of the day. We may reach a high. So Elon Musk is getting pretty happy right now. Donald Peterson said, everyone's going to lose their money today. Not me. Home Network says bought in at 135. That's awesome, brother. We're looking at 167.56. All right, so that is on the upswing. And you know, going back, looking at the history of today on SpaceX, it's not that crazy. This is absolutely tradable. If you're watching this at home and you have even a little bit of experience trading, and now that you have the $2,000 cap open to your account, it depends on what platform you're on for SpaceX trades, if they allow you to do that or not, but you should be able to make multiple trades on your platform now because the $25,000 cap for the pattern day trader flagging, which I was always really annoyed with. It's kind of sucks that they had that rule, but that was the rule for many years. And it just so happens that they released that right before the SpaceX launch. Coincidence? You may not know this, but the Nasdaq also, yeah, absolutely time to short. So the Nasdaq also changed the rules for SpaceX. Now you know you got some clout as a company if the Nasdaq changes rules specifically for your company. Also, another thing that makes you go, you should definitely be taking caution to that. So now we're looking at the second red candle here on the downside. So volume, people are taking profit on those last four green candles. Looks like time to take profit on that. Trend line on the MACD is kind of leveled out on the green, so which leads me to think that it will continue to trend downward. Seeing some leveling off again. More coffee. Must keep going. You know, I was very cautious this morning on the launch that I didn't drop a lot of money into this on launch because, according to AI, I should wait 30 minutes before I was to put any money into this. And historically, looking at it, I think AI may have been right as far as if you got in right here. If you listen to AI after the first 30 minutes, AI said to wait 30 minutes. And if you got in here with a whole bunch of money, you absolutely profited at the top of this run right here. This was very predictable upswing, right? That was a very safe. You could have took profit anywhere in here without drastically dropping your pants. Welcome in, Donald from Los Angeles. So AI's prediction was correct. I look tired. I've been up since 5 a.m. this morning. No sleep till Brooklyn. Looks like we're on at 167 on the upside. 168. Wow. Still on the upside. Don't think about getting in right now. This is not quite the high of the day. High of the day was 168.75. But it's approaching. It's trying to get back to the high of the day. Right now it's on the upswing. So this would be a good time to get in, but this was a very boring 20 minutes right here. And then we got a really nice, probably institutional buyback in after they sold out right here. People took profit, more institutional selling here, and combination of retail and institutional buyback in right here. So yeah, things are happening. Things are happening. And it's not as scary as I thought it was going to be, right? Yeah, the insiders ran it way up. So now, right now, if you look at the MACD at the bottom of the screen, absolutely seeing some green here happening. We do have this bottom line right here, which is trending upwards. So what that tells you is, if you're new to this, that tells you when these two hit the cross section, that we could see some trend downwards. But as of the past 1 hour, of 45 minutes, it looks like it's all on the up. It's all on the upside from about 158 up to where we are right now, 167.73. That's pretty good. So that's not bad. If you bought in right around 9 o'clock, just around noon East Coast time, you're seeing profits right now with your buy-in after the initial buy-in, which is a pretty safe move for everybody. It is looking safer than, absolutely safer than I thought it was going to be. 168.63 right now, trying to go up. Donald Peterson said he think $75 by the end of the day. I mean, there's probably likely going to be a massive sell-off during the last 10 minutes of the market open today, would be my prediction. So if you're waiting around to take profit, you better do it before the last 10 minutes of the day. I don't know if I would go into the weekend holding this this stock. However, there could be a massive sell-off during closing after hours, and then there could be a massive spike on, like, Monday morning is going to be pretty hot for the second day trading on SpaceX. I think we're going to see Monday as predictable. Most popular stocks, you're going to see Monday is always the day where everyone is coffeeed up and ready to drop some dollars. But this is a pretty good trend chart right here for the past 45 minutes, almost 50 minutes now on the upside. That's great. It's trying to hit the high of the day. The high of the day now reaching up to 169. Yeah, so if you were looking to invest into SpaceX, not financial advice, but this is not the time to do it at this current candle. Because we're almost at the high of the day. Never buy in on the high of the day, by the way. MACD is just rocketing upwards right here in the past 15 minutes on the upslope, big time. Right. Limonelli says 1 a.m. for you, but you're exhausted and too scared to sleep. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Never go to sleep in the middle of a big party. You might wake up with drawings on your face. Drawings that you're not going to be happy with. Let's just put it that way. If you went to college, you know what I'm talking about. You might have woke up with some penis on your forehead or something like that. 169.48. Ooh, baby. Are we going to hit 170? I think we're on the way to 170, folks. Yeah, baby. For the guys that bought in at 130 this morning, 135, congratulations. You're seeing profits for sure. Let's check in with our guys over at the Trader TV and see what they're up to.
in charge here on SpaceX. Let's see if we can get to that 170 as of right now. So 170, last I saw the book pull up into 170. There was some size there. I kind of missed how much was there, but you can see here. Let me pull this up right there. So it's moving around quite a lot there. So about 40,000, maybe a total of 50, 60,000. Is that 100,000 as well? But you got 70, 140 flashing on the offer there at 140,000 shares at 170. Is that the spoofy man? I don't know. But yeah, we might not know, but that size kind of flashing itself and showing up and then going away as well. There it is, 146. You call him out and he sticks around. Apparently, 170 on the horizon with some size there. So let's see if that gets taken out. 146,000, and then we got some stacks. We got some. Where is he on? He's on the ARCA book. So 145,000 shares on the offer on the ARCA book. We got Buddy on Bats at 84K. We got 67K on Edge. It was at EdgeX. Yeah, we got some size there, holding up that 170. Now I'm curious to know: are we going to take it out in one fell swoop as it comes in right now? So a bunch of size got taken out on the 170s there. So let's see. We got some ice at 169s. Let's see if we get some ice. No, got $1 off that right there and then back through. Wow. So we got 171s on the offer right there. 171 high a day print here on SPCX on that 170 breakout and then instantly back through that 170, chopping it up a little bit here, but at 169 and then step up to 170. I like that. Every time we've pulled back into VWAP, buyers are there. I like that. Let's see if we can get an end-of-day push. The market trading right back up above 29.6s. I like that as well, Joe.
Yeah, man, absolutely, Gaurav, man. Hopefully you had a pretty good day. Newcast 1 and 2. Yeah, let's see what the chat's doing. I mean, we could put it in there. Did you perform well on this IPO? Are you red or green? I'm going to put it in there. We got that big green face. We have our boy Jesse. Blicky Spears been staying in there. Sage is in the chat. We can do a roll call. I don't have the button, but what we will hit here, Obi, is this Stone Cold roll call. There we go, Obi. That's what I'm talking about, my boy. 171. There it is, big green, everybody. Taking more off on this bad boy. Congratulations to everyone as we continuously cook up here. Big green, yeah, a big push. That's what I was talking about. It took some time. It was holding levels. You have Obi big time in the chat.
Look at that stack. Yo,
there it is.
That is getting slapped right there. That got slapped real quick there.
There it is. Again, Obi, another push to 172.
Oh my God.
I'm telling you right now, every other stock in the market is irrelevant as we continuously rock and roll right now on SPCX, now up 27%. They're probably going to push it to 30 so some people can offload some shares. I wonder what Kevin O'Leary is doing, our friend there, Sean. Did he offload some, or is he diamond handing this specific trade? Congratulations to you, Obi. Patience was key, and you got a big time move as well. Multiple attempts on this bad boy, starting to come in off of that 173 high, but it did establish a new high of the day. Nice little move right there. Ooh, a clean flush to the downside, Obi.
I got some out at 171.
Nice.
So we'll wait and see.
Yeah. I mean, 171, what was my last, though, roughly around there? 172.68, but not much there. Love this show, says TT Mask. You're a regular. We know that. Trader TV Live, the one and only 37,000 people watching us here this morning. We're here every day, Monday to Friday, except for next Friday, that is.
Did you borrow some shares on this thing?
No.
I've been looking all morning, and I'm like, okay, give me a good reason to sell. No good reasons to sell. Maybe now, after you see that stack step up, still within range. But now I want to check how much these shorts are going for. I did look to borrow them in the morning, but then I was like, do I really want to, position myself with a short bias off of the open? I'll be patient here, and I think that there were 33 pennies, a lot, on SPCX this morning. Let's see how much they are now. SPCX.NQ. Let's see how many do I want. I think that's fine. Let's see how much I get on this request for pay for short. So now they're about 23.8 pennies. So I think that's a little bit better here on the day. That's per share, 23 pennies or 24 pennies. Let's round it up. 23 pennies per share here on SPCX. We'll wait, we'll watch. Still in the uptrend, still buyer dominant here on the day on SPCX. So be patient. I want to see that 175, man. I'm more than willing to scalp it out. That's what I'm saying. I don't have to have the whole move, but if there are moments in time where you can scalp very high probability kind of action, and I think that 165 churn, and then push. I'll show you guys.
Are you
the
tapped
chart
into
that,
Unity there, Obi?
No, I think it wasn't necessarily working.
Wasn't working how you wanted.
Okay, finally we saw some of that pullback there. Some pullback, and now a lot to the upside. I'm in at 169 currently on green. And I'm on green for the day. I am definitely on green for the day because the stock is predictable, which is pretty awesome for retail traders right now. Most people should be green on today on this stock. So as scary as I thought it was, you know, not as quite as bad as I thought it was going to be. It is pretty predictable for people who are looking to take profit. Long game, yeah, for sure. Corinthian Daniels is on the long for this SpaceX, and it's turning out well for a lot of people. So right now we're on the third green candle up at 174 for the high. 173.98 for the high. Still trending upwards. Still, it's trending upwards. Wow, it's going way up now. We might hit above 174 here in a second. So from the initial run this morning, from the sell-off, where we started at 158, now we're currently up to almost 174, which is a great move for SpaceX. If you've been following this today, you've seen that it's been fairly predictable. My analysis originally starting out this morning was to take caution on the initial bell ring for this, or the initial data coming in on the chart. I was kind of worried that we would see a semi rug pull from the institutions sell off, which could occur so fast that most of us wouldn't be able to react in time. And we have been able to react to that, fortunately, because it was such a slow moving stock, even though the biggest IPO in history, probably one of the slowest moving, stocks that we have seen. So still in the green at 173, 180, 173.81. Hit 174, the high for the day just now. So we're looking in the green right now. You should be well into the green if you dropped in money on SpaceX today. It's great. So it's a good day for everybody. Not a bad Friday. I'm not mad at that. I'm actually way happier with this than I thought I was going to be. Let me know if how you're doing in your position. If you're in a position right now, if you sold out, took profit, like what's your position right now on SpaceX? let us know in the chat. I see a little bit of a leveling out on the buy, so we might level out back to some sell-off here. Looking negative 172.86, 83. A little bit of sell-off here. People taking profit after that last buy-in. We got 5 green candles, and now we're probably going to see some trend downwards. People taking some profits and then hopping back in at the low. What people think is the low. But it looks like right now, if you look at the MACD at the very bottom of the screen, that we have some kind of leveling off. So you may see that continue to go down on the top bar here, on the top line. But we'll see. There's a little bit less, no green volume down here. Right now it's all red. So people are taking a profit back down to 171.17 at the low. 171 might hit 170 something here in a second, most likely. 171.80. It's trending back up just a little bit. Some people are buying back in at the bottom of this second red candle, but the MACD is still looking like it's trending downwards here. So watch out for this one because it could show us a third red candle here in a second. And we haven't seen 3 red candles since about 9:30 our time. So that's the last time we saw 3 red candles here. It's a pretty tall bottom wick there. So more selling occurring right now than buying. That candle's getting smaller, so it could push back up into the green, which it just did. Back into the green here. Rising back up to 173.58. And a high 174.24. That's pretty impressive. So we're not down to sub $100 level on SpaceX today, which is very good to see because it seems like with the initial sort of sentiment on SpaceX is good. So people are happy with this stock. There wouldn't be this much buying because mostly what we're seeing here is investment. This is an investment chart right here because you don't see any massive downtrends. If this was going to completely level, I don't think it'll level out today. I think it's going to continue to rise for most of the remainder of the day. And then we may see somewhat of retraction by the last 10 minutes before closing. Now we're seeing more green candles happening here. So it's looking pretty good. I need to have some dollar signs coming down the screen here. I need a little button that I can push that makes dollar signs. So pretty good swing to the upside. So it looks like 8 minutes ago we had news. Check this out. Goldman and Morgan Stanley pocket 100 million each. So that's 200 million pumped into the SpaceX IPO on Wall Street by Goldman and Morgan Stanley. It looks like SpaceX at current is up 29% from release around noon Eastern time. And still on the rise. We're at 174.79 and on the uptrend. $175. 175. SpaceX just continues to go upwards, like it's rocketing upwards for the past hour. It's pretty cool, actually. We have some positions over at Trader TV. Joe's going long on SpaceX now, and he got in at 166.97. So folks definitely taking some profits. Since about 9:40 West Coast time, it's just been continuing to rise. Now is not probably a good time to get in unless you think you're going to probably just go long for the rest of the day. I do think it's going to reach highs of around 180, possibly with this the history of what we've seen today. It's already gone from 150 at the beginning up to 175. That's a great run in the wow, in the first little more than an hour. It's crazy. Just over an hour, and we're already up that much. So look at this MACD. This is massive. This is a massive move to the upside right here. This should make a lot of people happy, especially if you bought in around 135. Definitely rallying right now to the upside. I like it. This is good for the economy. And I do see right now some MACD is leveling off right at 174.80. We might start to possibly see it dip because it looks like we're getting the MACD is coming pretty close together right now with the sell margin. And if the green surpasses the yellow down here, we might see some sell off. How much sell off is going to be? I think we're going to see some decent sell off here in the next like 10, 20 minutes because typically every 20 to 30 minutes we're seeing some sell action here on the charts. And that may be, this looks like maybe an institutional trade right there and over here. So we had some massive ones back here around 920. So there's some buying and trading going on, but mostly buying. You know, that's pretty impressive overall. Donald Peterson said, I couldn't find a decent company if I actually knew how to trade. If you don't know how to trade, this is not financial advice, but typically you don't want to play around with the very volatile stocks like the penny stocks or gap stocks first thing in the morning because I've seen people lose completely. What you want to look for is some more stable stocks as a beginner. What's the deal with AI trading? I mean, some people use AI for marketplace advice and possible predictions on upcoming trends based on current data, which can be a useful tool for traders. But you have to remember, disclaimer, AI can be also wrong because AI will tell me some things for example, for drones, will tell me things that are completely wrong and I tell it it's wrong and then it says, oh yeah, you're right. I was wrong. Then why did you tell me the wrong information in the first place if you knew you were wrong? You know, all that AI data is trained on us people. So, according to the world of data, it was right. But then when I told it was wrong, it went back and looked again and it was wrong. MACD still on the rise. 175.91, pushing 176. 176.50 high of the day. I'm seeing a little bit of sell-off happening here. So now we're back to some sell-off. I'm going to show you the screen here. This is a live view on TradingView. This is to the 1 minute. You can see the volume is drastically on the downslope. We may see a second red candle because, I mean, who couldn't start to take profit at the last run this is having a turnaround of looks like about almost every 10 minutes now for people to take profits on this. And again, I mean, that's a fairly, it's not, I mean, I guess you could call it a short, depending on what type of trader you are. Looking back at TraderView, these guys are still in. One person, Joe's in on a long on SpaceX at 166. That's great. Obi is trading in at 172 on a short. Checking back on the TradingView chart here. It looks like second red candle. So we may definitely see. Donald's predicting $75 to $50 by the end of the day. Possibly getting below 100, maybe. I don't know. Second red candle. It's looking like a sell-off. It's looking like more of a sell-off right now than what we've seen in the past 30 minutes. So get ready for the buy button, because typically as a trader, you're going to buy in at the bottom. You're going to try to figure out where that bottom is before you drop in. I combine hop and jump in the same sentence. Drop before you drop back in there. Before you hop back in. So third red candle on the downside. Wow, MACD is massively to the downside right now. So hold. Don't don't do anything right now. Don't do anything. Just watch for a hot second, because it may continue. It looks like it's continuing on the downside. Right now we're down to bottomed out at 170. It's a massive spike to the downside. We had some institutional sell-off right there, taking profits on the past half an hour to 45 minutes worth of green. So much profit if you got back in around 164, and we're up to 171. See, now dropping down to 170, 170.97. Third red candle here. Massive sell-off happening right here. So fourth red candle. Will we see... this is less of a candle than this one, so we might see this go up a little bit. Buyers start to buy back in. Hard to tell exactly what may happen on this one. But what happens is we may see quite a sell-off right here from the past 45 minutes, and then we may see a buy back in. It's at 169 and still on the. It looks like it's still on the downside of things. I got a little bit of buyback in right now happening. And typically you want to wait till that second green. So you want to be careful on that one. There's that second green. All right, it's got a tall bottom wick. Yeah, major correction. There's going to be some definitely hot. It's going to be pretty choppy in the next couple hours. It's going to get wild. So still kind of watching what's happening. Looks like we're still having some buyers come back in at 173. But most people are in the green right now. Most people are in the green. If you've been into the stock at all today, I'm sure you've taken profits at some point. Absolutely. Still moving to the upside. Taking a little bit of sell off right there. But I think we're on the upside now. 172.32 coming back up to the upside. We got two green candles, starting a third green candle. So the MACD is also starting to turn down here at the bottom. I'll just show you guys what's happening here on TradingView. So it is on the upside. So now we're seeing people buy back in at this low right here, and it's continuing to trend upwards. So for the next, say, 10 minutes, we might also see more volume to the upside. But fly-by-wire says that there's a major correction. What time do you predict that correction may come in? Because all of us would like to know what your prediction is. Inquiring minds want to know. But the trend for the past, over an hour now, we have trend to the upside. Massive sell-off in the past 5 minutes, down to 170 at the bottom level there, but back up to 173.83. Fourth green candle. So a very predictable, stable trade if you guys are doing this today. Let me know in the chat if you're taking profit today. Let me know if you're on the upside, green or red. Just say green or red in the chat. You should be in the green. This thing is moving so slow. But it's moving enough that if you're paying attention, it's easy to take profit on this one. This is a very easy trade. Now, I'm curious to see what happens over the weekend. It'll be very interesting to see. Like, I really wish they hadn't have done this on a Friday. It's crazy that they did this on a Friday. Because now everyone has to sit for 48 hours and wonder, kind of like, everyone's. Let me know in the chat also if you're staying in over the weekend. I don't know that I would. I don't know if I'm going to stay in over the weekend or I'm going to drop out before the bell rings. We're still on the upside to 173.96. High of the day was 176.50. Most people in the chat said they got in around 135, so you should be in the green for sure. What's it going to do, you guys? What is it going to do? So the volume is fairly low for the day right now. So we're going to check in with Trader TV and see what kind of news they have for us right now.
If you sometimes for higher price stocks, you can almost always find a leveraged ETF that'll maybe better cater to your account, cater to your volatility profile, and even your comfort on taking the trade. Because at the end of the day, the trade is a trade. And if the trade was to take the breakout on that SNDK, that definitely came in quite beautifully as of right now. Gonna run Sandix has an ETF saying "Hangry Wife." Yeah, you gotta look. A lot of these stocks have these have these leverage ETFs that are lower priced than the actual asset itself. So it gives you that access. And when you talk about market access, that's one way of accessing the move and the volatility and the price action on SNDK and other stocks as well, right? So yeah, good look there on that stuff. Micron Millionaire saying MU needs to split. Yeah, maybe they do need to split, but until then, you can use those ETFs to take the trade that you are looking for.
Yeah, I mean, here, we'll head back to our watch list, guys. You see that the market is putting in almost a new high of the day. This is the TQQQ's, Tesla coming off of those levels. And here are some of the other space plays, NASA and New York Space Systems. Robinhood not doing too much, but it did break up above this resistance zone, guys. I'd like this open right at the top end of the range, and then bang, you pop right into $96, almost a high of $97. I think at this pace, I do believe that we are going to break through 78.50 on the NASDAQ, the TQQQs that is, and we can see how we'll take a look at how the SPY is doing. Transaction fees. We're going to take a look at some of the banks as well momentarily. SPY, how have you been performing? Not as strong as the NAS, as you see that we are at the HOD, not quite there. How's that even right? Did this thing, why is it showing that? That's showing that it halted, Obi. That's not. That can't be possible.
SPY? No, there's no way.
There's no way that's correct. Now, JP Morgan. Let's see how this bad boy is doing. TKO holding. 119. Nice, Obi, with a high of approximately $321. So that's looking pretty good, if you ask me. We were waiting for it. You had Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley hitting all-time highs, and this name was just lagging, doing nothing. Now we're only a couple percentage points off of that pivot level. My friend Katina Man, 5%. At one point we were down in the teens, and we're like, what is going on with JP Morgan and Chase? But here it is, performing well, guys. By the way, I got all out of this other position on the, on SPCX. Out at 172, failed to construct a high there, but I wouldn't be surprised if it continues to grind. If there's any form of aggressive pullback, we can put on some more risk. Ideally, my price would be around $162. I don't think that's going to be the case here today. I would be surprised if you get that type of a pullback, but anything can happen. Ticker, IBKR, absolutely. We can take a look at it here. So IBKR, Sean was talking about this the other day. Oops, that's IBK. We don't want that one. We want IBKR. Hey, man. It's a great stock to own. All-time high here today. Just steady up and to the right. These are great investments, if you ask me, 160%. Robinhood, not necessarily looking the exact same way, but Goldman Sachs, if we're talking about some of the other banks, there's Goldman, a little bit off the all-time high. Morgan Stanley performing really well. Same thing, just a little bit off the all-time high. So some financial plays. Finally starting to come back in our favor, and more or less that's going to be the Robinhood and the JPMs for me. We like that. How has Walmart been here today? I don't know if we're going to see a rotation out of Staples maybe into some of the SpaceX play and some of these other plays. $120, not too bad. We tanked, man, all the way down to 113. You hit 17% to the downside, and then you get a nice little bounce. If we start to fill this gap, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point we do hit a new all-time high in 2026. Only a quarter divvy on that bad boy. You guys know I'm always looking for the dividends on some of these plays. Adam, what was that small cap name that you were talking? I know we're gonna hyper focus on SpaceX, but let's head back over to small cap Landia and see if there's anything in particular that we like. EDHL, I heard that being mentioned on multiple occasions. Where are you, small cap name, EDHL? Are you in the top echelon of volume here? I just seen it. Okay, it just kind of, oh, there it is. EDHL, 9.8 million shares traded on the day. Yeah, I mean, listen, this is all fun and games, but it's no SpaceX, my boy. I know you don't. I know where you stand in that one. Cast is halted, looking for that high of the day break. So not too bad of a play there. And booyah on this one. It's no booyah there, Obi, as it is to the downside, $1.85 with a high of approximately $3.65. So that's cut in half. Gimme over here, GMM. See how this has been performing. A little slow here, the platform, and lackluster. But CIIT, a name that we've been trading over the past couple of days. So not too bad of a look there, guys. SPCX 27.8% to the top side. Offering on CPOP this morning and got whacked. Yeah, I know, man. You got to be, listen. So what I was doing is I'm like, there's not a chance I'm trading anything other than this one specific name here today, and I'm glad that I stuck with it. I mean, we could have took some small attempts here and there, but this was the focus of today's session, and I think it was for a lot of people, and hopefully a lot of people had some good success with it. If not, be prepared for next time. Anthropic, OpenAI, I believe Discord also looking to IPO relatively soon, so not too bad, man. There's a solid pipeline of initial public offerings.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of opportunity, man. And again, there's if you just go back and look at whatever timeline, like over the past 6 years, we had a crazy market in 2020. We had a good market in 2021. 2022, sure, we trended down for a little bit, but there were other opportunities as well during that time. 23, 24 was pretty solid as well. 25, there's always going to be, when you look back, opportunities, A-plus opportunities throughout all of these years. So whether, A-plus opportunities shouldn't be showing up more than, a few times a year at most. Now, was SPCX an A-plus? I don't know. I think arguably not really, but, it was definitely a B-plus for sure. Right? So allocating risk and allocating the appropriate sizing for some of these opportunities is, for me, it's definitely a work in progress. I do have to get better at it, but it definitely takes time. It takes repetition, and there will always be more. And I did mention earlier, kind of jokingly, that I was willing to risk my career on this IPO if it did the right things. Taking multiple lots off of the open there. But it didn't do what I was looking for. I was like, if it was tapping 175s and we opened 175s, then I think that'd be solid. But it gave so many other great opportunities as well. Opening range breaks, hold a VWAP. And you're absolutely right. Anthropic is going to be something. Discord is going to be something as well. And there's always going to be something, right? We have SNDK going absolutely ballistic. I'm still waiting for the backside on that.
Yeah.
Right. I want to see some sort of like a blow off top, some capitulation, something to happen on that stock, because that is absolutely wild. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't capitulate. Maybe it'll just have a rollover. But you always got to think about the rubber band man when it comes to some of these crazy parabolic moves.
Absolutely.
Right. The rubber band effect or the rubber band action is almost definitely there. It's about when and if you can kind of time it at the right point. And we talk about the concept of the right side of the V, the right side of the move on some of those trades. Definitely not really right side territory just yet. So I'm going to be patient to see when and if that comes in, and I think that will be a great opportunity as well, because AI is still a little hype, but then memory names started getting some of that volume.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And then was it last year or a couple years ago, we had quantum getting some of those parabolic moves. So there's always going to be this rotation of sentiment and crazy amounts of dollar volume that goes into these hype thematic sectors, and the front side is absolutely awesome on those, as well as the backside, right? So opportunities galore, and all of those can be, if you time them right, can definitely turn into A opportunities, if not A plus, even if they start off sometimes as like a B.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
The trade can and does evolve
More.
often.
Yeah, more.
So,
yeah.
Stuff to watch out.
Remember
for,
those?
stuff to think about.
Obi, you and I grew up in the same era. Remember those books? I don't know if you ever had them in your library as a kid, But remember how it would like morph into an animal? It's like the book page. It's like
the pop-up?
No. It's like literally the home page was like it was just the person, and then they would morph into.
Oh, you're talking about the Animorphs, or
it wasn't. It was like real people. It might have been Animorphs.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? Those are crazy.
Yeah.
I grow, man. You weren't born in. Is it Animorphs?
You know what I really like?
Yeah, a lot of people say.
Yeah, it's Animorphs. I remember those books. I think I read like a couple, and I was like, I'm not really about this. But I do like sci-fi, but you know what I really like? I like the Goosebumps books.
Yeah, the Goosebumps
You know when
ones were good.
when you it would tell you, go to this page and you could make decisions in the book. It's like, oh, if you want to do this, if you want to do that, and that was pretty cool. And we saw Netflix do a rendition of some of that on Bandersnatch, if you remember. That was pretty cool concept.
What happened?
On Bandersnatch on Netflix. So it's like it would show you like whatever scenes, and then you could make a decision of what to do the next decision, and it had a few different endings as well. So absolutely solid there. Yeah, I think I've only seen it like once or twice. I've only gone through it once or twice. I don't think I've seen all of the endings.
I did read all of the. I read a lot of Captain Underpants books.
Yeah,
170 Hardy Boys were. I think they're coming out with a TV series, The Outsiders. I know the guys to our right would know about that one. The Outsiders. I think I seen there's a little poster of it right outside of our office. There it goes, guys. Right back.
Looking for 168.75.
168.75. That's what always target is.
Stop.
You're gonna get there. There it is, 168.50, my boy. You already got that 168.30. Bang. Are you piecing some out? No, go to Always chart, not mine.
I mean, is there any reason to buy? That's the question.
That's a great question. There
Buyers are at VWAP, bro.
Nice, man.
I mean, they might be here at 68.70. That's what I'm looking for, right? If they do show up, if we do hold this prior level, then yeah, maybe we slapped up $1 off of that 168 push. But market's kind of pulling back as well. We went up to the highs here on the market. Guess what? There were sellers here before. Do they step in again here on the NASDAQ? That's the question that I'm asking here. And as I've mentioned before, it does seem like SPCX is following the market a little bit. So you got to watch for some of that confluence to potentially come into fruition at the same time. Where is VWAP, you may ask? Well, depending on where you look, it could be in different places, but I have on one chart 160. Let me just look at a couple different frames here. So on a 5-minute chart, I have it at 165s and some change. Here on P Pro, I have it at 163s and some change. But that data might be a little skewed based off of some of these dark pool prints. So it's definitely taking some of those into consideration when it's calculating this VWAP here on the P8 software. So that's something to watch out for. And take a look at this. Nice little wicks down to 150 where we saw that 1 million bid. And I was just like, wow, yeah, it's a crazy large bid there on 150s. Definitely had to exercise some sort of trading there, and I did okay. I think I definitely nothing to write home about, but I was like, okay, after seeing that 150, I'm gonna take a breakout. 154 miss, got 155 with much smaller size than I really wanted, but it is what it is. Where's the next trade, right? So 170 chopping around as of right now. Let's see, we got that nice little wick action off of that 168. We dropped down to 168 flats on that low here on SPCX, the 5-minute chart. So another place VWAP might be for some people here, I'm watching on a lower time frame, 164.50. So again, we're seeing a similarity there. 165s and some change, 164, so give or take $1 in and around there, 165 area. So, and that's the same area that we had that crazy flat consolidation, sure with violations to both sides here and there, but that 165 is going to be key for me as well. And the fact that it's confluencing with VWAP now, I do like a little bit better. I do like it a little bit better. I am more interested in it. But let's see if the market takes a bit of a pullback here where we've seen the sellers earlier in the session. But what are you guys trading? Are you guys still watching SPCX? That's the only thing I'm watching right now. That's pretty much what I've allocated all my risk on the day 2, and I will be watching this into the close. It should be very interesting into the close. If we push up into the close and break up through those 175s, 180s, that could be interesting. We've seen a lot of you know, chatter about different participants in different funds and ETFs and different participants that may want to be buying some of this. So the closing auction on these is going to be on SPCX is going to be pretty solid. And you got a super chat there.
We got a super chat. I'm stuck in 1,000 shares T-QQs. I would love to know your price. Okay, you should have put, I mean, Kyle, you don't have to super chat again. Just let me know what your price is. My stop order is froze pending. Schwab says it's an exchange problem and can't help. What are my options with options to hedge? We can talk that. Let me know your average price. That's extremely important. You don't have to super chat again. Just comment within your own super chat, or you can, actually, yeah, you can. Comment here. Let me know your average price. And then we can get into some more further discussion, okay? And sorry to hear that. Try the TQ's options, but we need the price level. Exactly, Don Becca. I also wanted to point this out here, too. Our boy here, Dan the Maniac, not only not too long ago says he is the man himself, but then Dan the Maniac also stating that he is too sexy for his money.
Oh.
All right, man.
Okay.
Hey, man. Congratulations to you. I wish I was in the same boat as well, but that's not the case. $95. He said $75. Wait, yeah, you're in the money. You're solid, dude. You have a couple of dollars in your favor, and you're only a penny, or you're only about 40 cents off of the highs. Darwin's too sexy for sure, but $75 is your average price. Don't panic. Allow your exchange to do something. You don't want to put on more positions in panic mode. That's going to be my advice to you, okay? And then also, if you're looking to sell some options, put it at a price that you're comfortable with getting assigned at. That's as flat of an answer as I can give you. That's not very nice of you, Leonard, to say. Average around $75. All right, man. Breathe, woosah. Woosah, because if you get a bid, listen, I understand you're leading into the weekend and you don't necessarily want to hold them to that point, but don't forget, Blue Ocean.
Oh.
Blue Ocean.
Oh.
Is it open till 8 tonight, Obi?
No, it's not open tonight, but it definitely was last night.
It
last
definitely
night
was
open. Wild.
You had fun on that one?
Oh yeah, I have fun on it every night.
He has fun on it every night. And then I just left you a props.
Sunday to Thursday.
Yeah, exactly.
And then Sunday night, SPCX on BL might be
8 o'clock sharp.
Right?
Make sure you're there, right? So just don't panic, all right? Don't panic, Kyle. I think you're in a pretty good position right now. Diamond hands.
Frag in the chat saying, "Don't be a panicking." Yeah, exactly. So, you know.
But Fedora, I don't really get that one, Fedora, the Explorer. Joe TV just sold 500 shares. Wow, what a day. Yeah, what a day. I was happy to be a part of the biggest IPO. Got 500 at $150. Bearded Warrior Trades, man. Congratulations to you. Man, I couldn't be happy for all the individuals who took that. Be more happier, I should say, than the individuals who took that. With that being said, 30,000 votes on our poll. Listen, 66% of us were wrong, Obi. It never halted.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 66% of us were wrong on the halt. I said yes.
I mean, I was looking for a halt.
Of course, man. 30K votes. Yeah, big time stuff. 14,000 people watching. Make sure you guys hit that like and subscribe. And guess what? We're here till 4 o'clock, even a little bit later. And then we're bright and early, 8 a.m. Monday morning. Catch the morning rundown. A lot going on. We're going to be talking options. And then we have our segment. We pick out the news of the day. You just found the right place if you're joining us and you're new to joining us. So congratulations. Sharif, who's on the midday here, at the soccer game. So he's there right and early, down there at Toronto Field, apparently it's called, according to FIFA. We call it BMO Field. I literally live a stone's throw away from that. I took the bike into work this morning. I said there's zero chance that I'm driving here, Obi. E-bike from the place.
No. Like when the games are on, the city's shut down.
E-bike from home to here, and then we're gonna hit the e-bike too. So on the way back, man, we're happy. Let's get that poll up right now. We'll do it for you guys. Did you trade the IPO? It's that simple. We're gonna figure it out.
Yeah,
don't put anything in. Pardon me.
Yeah, that's a good poll.
It's a simple poll, right?
Yeah.
Simple poll. Did you trade the SPCX IPO. Simple. 1, it's going to be yes. 2 for no. Maybe we can do letters one time instead of the actual. Start the voting. So here it is, guys. Put it in there. Did you trade the SpaceX IPO here today? Get those votes in, 14,000. I'm looking for at least 7,000, 50% of you participating on this IPO. They're starting to come in fast here. 51 votes. We got 81% yes here, Obi, and only 23% to the no side. Ooh, the no side starting to pick up a little steam here. Get those votes in, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to all once again.
Yeah, no, market taking a bit of a pullback there. Yeah, I'm waiting for throw up your answers so we can take a look at this poll. That's what I'm waiting for. And did you trade? So 1 is yes, you said, and then 2
is no.
Is no.
Yes,
I'm gonna throw mine in there as well.
Oh yeah, I didn't
definitely
even vote, man. What am I
a
doing?
1 for me, as you guys have been here the whole time. Thank you for joining us once again on this special day.
Very special day, man.
You know, nothing too crazy, but definitely some PRs here and there. Definitely some solid trades, some big opportunities, and yeah, I think that definitely one to study going forward as well on SpaceX IPO. You know, we hear from some of the more seasoned traders. They talk about that held bid on Facebook. Guess what?
What?
I saw a held bid, a pretty crazy one.
Yeah, it was, man.
At 150 today. So, you know, maybe 20, 30 years down the line, when a younger trader comes up to me and asks, "Hey, how was the SpaceX IPO?" I could be like, "Hey, listen, I got a story for you."
Got stories for you.
You know, maybe it wasn't as crazy as the Facebook IPO, but you're definitely living through some history today.
Oh, you're gonna tell your kids about the SpaceX IPO?
Yeah. I'm gonna hand him or her, a book of charts from the beginning, so they can pick up on chart patterns.
Okay. Yeah, immediately. Yeah. Don't even worry about other, like, we're skipping the Dr. Seuss phase and everything, like the Coco Melons of the world, and it's straight to charting. Yeah. Is that your game plan for?
Yeah, maybe we can make it. Maybe we can make it fun. You know, have a higher. I don't know what Dr. Seuss is up to right now, but
not making chart books. That's for sure.
Hire someone with a similar kind of rhyme scheme to put into words some of the action on charts. People in the chat saying bull bear signals, saying the younger the better. Yeah, some of the best traders I know, they started off at like 13, 14 years old.
Yeah, man.
Right? And sure, they didn't really find success right away, but they were exposed at a very young age, which gives you that longer frame to kind of learn, make mistakes, get back up again and continue and really see if this is something that you want to pursue in life,
Donna Becca, there it is. You already know the For Dummies series, Japanese candlesticks for kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, like right out of the gate. There's an idea for everyone. Oh, by the way, we did have a new book. I don't have I didn't get a copy there, but The Real Trading, the owner of that, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Brendo.
CEO.
There it is. Real
Trading.
Yeah,
it's the first time I'm seeing it. Today's the first day that we're doing this?
as well, too. Yeah. I believe I've seen this delivered bright and early this morning. Some great stuff within this. Yeah, put it in the description. Oh, the link is in the description. So there it is, guys. Go check it out. This might be the first Trader TV or the first real trading book right here published. So some beautiful stuff. Go check it out if you guys want to. The link is in the description.
Nice.
Yeah, so some good stuff
Forbes
there, guys.
books.
How many votes did we get? Yeah, it's a solid book. Nice hardcover as well.
Why stock markets will always need a human touch.
Okay.
That's an interesting topic.
Very much so.
I know there's definitely people that argue about systematic algorithmic trading. It has taken over, and it's not necessarily a place for discretionary traders. And I think that you got to meet somewhere in the middle. A trader in this day and age definitely has to be a little bit hybrid there, and have different strategies. And you can have by hybrid, I mean you can have algorithms that get you in and out, or maybe you get in and the algorithm kind of it manages the position for you. That's kind of some of the stuff that I'm working on as well. So there's a lot of different ways that you can still stay kind of somewhat of a hybrid trader. So I think that is definitely the way forward. So yeah, check it out for sure. Real Trading, named after the firm itself. So solid stuff.
All right, let's send things over to the desk. Sia, what do you have for us?
Just these couple headlines coming in. Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson saying that I cannot comment on the time and place of signing of the Memorandum of Understanding before a decision is reached in Iran. They're setting up a process, U.S.-Iran setting up a process to build trust, bringing agreement to a close. And understandings reached on large part of issues and talks coming from Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson and saying that we are in final stage of internal conclusions. Sending it back to you.
Keeping us updated on that. I mean, it's good to know, right? We want to see if this conflict is going to come to an end relatively soon. The better, and that'd be even better for the market, right? You see a little bit more money funneling. In some way, in SOMW, 43-cent call, I thought it was some way, maybe some new kid terminology. Roof, thank you for the $5 super chat. Amazon calls for Tuesday expire. What do you think is a key level to watch for downside? 43-cent calls expire for Tuesday. Okay, so you have the near dated. What do you think a level to watch for more downside? Absolutely. Let's pull that bad boy out for you. Once again, thank you for that super chat. I hope everyone had a fantastic day. 236. This is an intraday. Let's head over to the daily. I mean, more downside, that next step would probably be, in my guess, is where is you're going to find that floor here, 227, 225. You get that psychological level at 225. If it gets worse from here, then 215 maybe. If it hits 215, your boy is going to be a buyer of that for sure. We grabbed some Google over there at 350, I believe it was, yesterday, which has been working for us not too bad. As soon as I seen this pull back, 13% discount. By no means did I go in full position. Just a little dabble on that one. We added a little more JPM. We bought some more NASA. And I opened my first position, actually, of all time on TKO Holdings. So there's a catalyst on this. I know we're going to focus on SpaceX as we're now up to almost $174. But let's head over to TKO and see what we have from a news catalyst standpoint. I know a couple people mentioned it. I just want to get the facts straight. 208, so a hefty day. We're up to 216 here on the day, ladies and gentlemen. But now starting to come in aggressively. What is TKO? Fact book Trump's UFC fight. A lot of UFC stuff. Someone's saying they closed a lawsuit or something along those lines. Strategic partnership. So maybe just a selling day. I don't see anything right now on my news blotter, but the U.S. judge won't back Trump's White House UFC main event. If what? Martial arts, okay, boo-hoo on that. Facts, UFC, White House combines punches in politics. Okay. And anyways, oscillation pattern. Yeah, so nothing that I see from a settlement standpoint. Maybe it came in earlier this morning. I don't see anything other than that, just a big move to the south side here on TKO, dropping about $8 on today's session, Obi.
Yeah, I think definitely some stuff to watch out for. People in the chat, Ben Affleck calling out Intel still ripping, saying Ben there. So let's take a quick look at Intel. What's Intel up to? Yeah, market's at its highs there. Wow. Take a look at that move on Intel. That is some strength there on INTC. Let's take a look at some friends in the sector. NVIDIA not really giving us a similar move there. AMD. Okay, AMD breaking out as well on the day. So interesting stuff here. Let me take a quick look at AVGO. Not really doing too much, more in line with NVIDIA. See what SMCI is up to. SMCI kind of chop. SMCI, excuse me, was a decent trade a few days ago. They had some news on a very decently sized dilution. You can see here on that news breaks to 40, and day one of the open trading session after that news, take a look at this beautiful all day long trend to the downside where it literally closes at the low a day here, and then I think that day one I would say that's a B. That was a B plus trade that definitely turned into an A. I don't know about an A plus, but definitely an A, bordering onto an A plus by the end of the day on SMCI. So decent look there. Seems like Intel's the one on the day today. Let's see if Intel closes near high a day as it pushes into 127 halves. High a day. So 127.55, we're just trading at 127.49 here on Intel. Nice little pullback and hold of that 21. Give us a breakout on 123 halves. Nice little pullback onto 123 halves as well. So decent holding structure pretty well on the way up here on INTC. Another one that I've been kind of messing around with is SOXL here. That's the semiconductor ETF, three times bull ETF there, and that's looking pretty decently strong.
I wanted to ask you this actually, Obi.
What's up?
Are you going to be buying SpaceX for your long term at any point? I'm not saying there's no specific timeline. Like, are you looking? Is this a name that you're looking to get involved with? Or?
Maybe. I think it's. So my long term account is slightly different. I don't really tend to it that often, and if I do get involved in things, it might be like a few days swing or like a couple weeks swing or until it tells me what to do swing. But yeah, no, I think maybe SpaceX does that, but I'm at a point where I'm not really trying to, I guess, preserve capital. I'm trying to grow it, and I'm trying to learn different ways of doing that as well. So, yeah, no, SpaceX could be something, but we'll wait and see how it pans out over the next few weeks, right? It has to do certain things. It could be nice. Maybe 150 is the best price we've ever seen. We'll ever see on SpaceX. We never know.
Yeah, I hear you. McDonald's looking good to buy. What do you guys think of that one? Thank you for the $2 euros on that one. It's 4 Canadian, roughly, pretty close to. Anyways, what do you think about McDonald's? It is down quite a bit here, I believe, off of its all-time high MCD. McDonald's, how you been performing? 286. I mean, if it's at a discount, listen, some of these fast food restaurants, you're not going to catch me at those 16 and a quarter. That's not too bad. Based out at 273.53. They do offer a dividend. That's what I like, $1.86. That's pretty good. So if you're an aristocrat, then by all means, bang. Not a bad, like, think about it from a technical standpoint. 285.20, that broke. Maybe you also have a downtrend that has been snapped as well too. So there's a couple of things aligning for you. Maybe get some form of a recovery. You're still down double digits, and maybe a rotation into that. So McDonald's is not something that I would particularly own. That's just me, not financial advice or anything. I avoid retail names, these fast food restaurants. I know Domino's Pizza actually looks pretty good. DPZ, right, for Domino's Pizza. DPZ. Oh, wow. Okay. I haven't looked at this chart in quite some time. Domino's Pizza getting cooked right here. Overdone, Obi. Real cheesy, if you ask me on this one. $500 being that high. Now almost cut in half. Thank you for that one. I'm glad that someone like that, Joe, even though it was a horrible, horrible one, we'll take it for what it is. Intel dumping. The NASDAQ still hovering around the highs. Kyle, don't think we forgot about
That. I think SpaceX has finally given us a better blueprint that we've made it. They might have improved the way IPOs work forever now. All the big ones.
Yeah, I
think
think it was. I think it was priced pretty right. I mean, we didn't get as opposed to what you were doing on. I mean, here's SpaceX right here. We're still long a little bit, but just very small position. But yeah, man, the fact that it came out at 135 and then we priced out at 150 today, that was pretty good. Like so. The underwriters, shout out to Morgan and Goldman Sachs there. Seems like they might have got it right. And yeah, JP Morgan was a little bit involved as well. So Morgan Stanley. And it's just about, getting the underwrite, the initial right. We did have a wick down in there to 135 just for fun. And then it ripped all the way back upside. And we've sort of just been topping out. And, the highest we saw that tap was around 175. And that seems to be the high of the day. I actually stepped in. You guys might be asking, so this is just day trading here, right? I mean, we're almost out of this, but I did step in here at 170, 171 in my own personal account. So I am taking a little bit long here on SpaceX just to see, basically just play money for now. If it does come back into 150, then I'll take another bit there. We'll average that price out and be long around 160, 165 on SpaceX and just wait, or a little bit lower than that. What am I talking about? 160 or so. And then we'll wait to see where it goes from there. But yeah, we did have a great show. We want to thank everybody for watching. And of course, record day for us. And what excitement it was when that 150.
All right, guys, we are at the 2 o'clock hour now, and seems like there's a little bit of retraction on SpaceX happening right now, but we're still seeing some pretty stable buying and selling for the past hour at least. We had a huge run back around 9:41 this morning up to about 10, and then we saw some pullback. But it seems like for after the initial sell-off, we've seen some pretty stable action here in the marketplace. You can see the volume's gone way down since this morning and kind of continuing to trend on the downside. We may see a couple more rallies before the bell closes today. But interesting because if you are in at 135 to 140 to even 150, you're still in the green for this afternoon. On the high on the first rally and sale was around 168 levels, up from 150. Looks like it came in at around 150 on the bell, or on the launch of the data, because on the bell this morning we saw nothing. So we didn't get anything this morning, and we had to wait around for a good part of the day to find out any data. So everyone in the entire world, even we had people watching today from Saudi Arabia, Portugal, folks over in the UK and France, folks in the US, and we were all doing the same thing, just kind of waiting around to see what was going to happen. And so for all of my fears that I had on this particular stock leading up to the largest IPO launch in history, now I feel a lot better about it because, I mean, at the 2 o'clock mark, I'm still, in my positions, I'm in the green right now, which is great. And I'm imagining that if most of you guys got in on this today, which, yesterday, if you would have asked me, I probably would have said hold off. But AI was saying hold off for the first 30 minutes. And we talked about this chart before and actually how AI was a little bit right as far as making a safe entry. See what it's going to do. Because with this type of IPO launch, quite honestly, we didn't know what it was going to do. We didn't know if it was going to be like a penny stock and just dump before we could react. But it moved slow enough with the volume and institutional selling that we can make moves today and take profit. And I think a lot of people have. I've been in and out myself a couple times. Don't have huge profit gains, but I also don't have a loss, which is very good for stock trading in general. So if you leave the day and you're not in the negative on a trading day, that's a good day because you're still in the green. And I think we're going to continue to be in the green the next couple hours as SpaceX. The volume is continuing to trend downward. we're not seeing as much trading on it because I think that people are in on this for the long run. It really looks like people are in for the longs here. So, if you were to ask me like how do I feel about staying in over the weekend? Should I get out of my position before the bell rings today, or should I kind of stick around, so to speak? Should I stick around? Let me know what you're going to do in the chat. If you're watching right now, if you're still in watching what's happening here and listening in, let me know what you're thinking about doing in your position. Are you going to stay in, or are you going to pull out? Looks like the high of the day was 176.52, currently at 170.05. Still kind of on the downtrend. I'm almost tempted to, well, not until the MACD starts to reverse. Down here, we still have a pretty hard downward trend right here. But that's always a chance to get in on a little more action if you wanted to before the bell ring. So are you currently still in? Are you planning to stay in over the weekend? And is your plan to sell out or sell off, take profit before the last rally or after the last rally? It's Sash asks, what is the highest you think that the stock will go today? So far, we've been at 176 and right now at 169 and currently kind of on the decline. I think that we're going to be on the decline for the next 10 to 15 minutes. I think it's going to continue to trend downwards based on the MACD and the volumes that we're seeing right now. We're seeing a high volume of sell right now. People are taking profits. So it could be a good time in the next 10 to 15 minutes to get in again. But I don't think that a lot of people are losing. I don't think a lot of people are losing a lot today because it's been so predictable. It's not been moving as fast as I was projecting, and as everyone was projecting, honestly. So now we're seeing a massive sell. Right now, the MACD is like really taking a turn to the downside. Is that gonna create fear? It will also create opportunities. So sometimes where there's fear, there's an opportunity. And you just sometimes have to wait for it. Sometimes what you think is going to be completely terrible ends up being a really great opportunity for making a move. And if the sharks in the pool see an opportunity, obviously they're going to start striking. And when they do, you're going to see that MACD at the bottom down here. It's going to make a turn for the upside again. And then you're going to see volume bars in the front of this at the bottom start to go green again. Because this looks like a pretty good retraction right here, down to 168.58. But what a long freeze that was this morning. 2.5 hour freeze. That means that all the trading was locked up. For some reason, NASDAQ put a freeze on the IPO launch, which made the world wait on the edge of their chair for 2.5 hours. Quite a few red candles on the downside now. So you are seeing some people come back around now and start to take profits. Most of these people taking profits now probably got in at some of the lower levels around the 150s, maybe around 160, and probably will end up buying back in at the bottom of this slope if they're going to day trade. And now since your account is available to day trade, if you have over $2,000 in your account, you're not going to be flagged as a pattern day trader, which is pretty nice. So it looks like it is returning to some mid 160 levels right now. Is it going to continue down to the trend to the downside? You're welcome. It's Sash. Obviously, this is for educational purposes only, not for investment advice. This is just my reaction to the market based on what I know about the news and analytics on this chart. A massive sell side in the past 15 minutes here. Bit of a sell off. A little bit of fear in the investment side of things here for the traders. There's at least about 10 candles there on the red. 2 little greens here. It started to rise here about 20 minutes ago on the rise, and then a little bit of fear set in. So we have a massive downtrend on the MACD right now on this bottom chart down here, this indicator. Yeah, you guys are welcome. Some of you guys may have been with us since launch this morning. We've been following SpaceX since the beginning this morning. We're here through the freeze. And what we may be seeing right now, we're gonna see another massive rally before the bell close. So now, look at the MACD. Look at the curve on the MACD right now. You're gonna see a huge upswing. So the sharks are seeing this as an opportunity. So what I was telling you guys before, at the bottom of the downtrend, people are getting back in, and they're going to start buying back in here. There's going to be another rally. This is probably going to be a huge one. If you look for the second green candles, a lot of times that's when you want to get back in there if you're doing short. Right, I'm not allowed to give investment advice, but I can give you sort of my opinion and analytics on these charts based on what I see. So we're still kind of holding out for this bottom trend line to it's leveling out here on this chart. Down here, it looks like it's leveling out. It may get into a second green candle there. Okay, there's new opportunities happening right now. The sharks are on it. They are taking the bait. So again, you need to pay attention to the MACD as well. This bottom chart right down here, this indicator tells you kind of what the current sentiment is. Right now, we're back into the red. So a little bit of green right there. Some people buying back in what they thought was the bottom, but maybe it continues because we didn't really get a solid second candle. What you want to look for a lot of times is a solid second candle with a good midsection to it, and then boosting back into a third candle, honestly, before you just jump right back in there. So you can see here we got a second green candle after the red. Again, a little more volume there on the green. I am seeing that bottom trend line down here start to curve upwards. So that's telling me that we may have a cross section coming up, and we may have a rally to the upside here coming up soon. So just keep an eye on that bottom indicator line to see if this red line starts to pass that yellow line right there. And that'll give you a good key indication of what you need to do next. So yeah, we're seeing that red line making a massive swing to the upside there. So it is trending upwards currently, but we'll see if this continues. Okay, so we do have some candles that are 2 candles now on the upside. Good news. And we are in the green here. We are on the 3rd candle run up. So if you got in just now, if you were following along with me on this trend line, you knew that we were on the first part of the rally. So if you got in the last like 2 to 3 minutes, congratulations. You should be in the green right now. And again, this is just me analyzing the charts in real time and give some commentary based on what I see here. I am on the 1 minute chart on TradingView. And so as you learn to read these trends, that's where you become an effective day trader and go positive in your account and start to build an account. We're on the 4th candle over now in green. So people are definitely taking some incentive to buy. Looking at this MACD indicator at the bottom right here is trending on the upside. This can easily start to head back down as people start to take profits. So what I mean by that is they're going to start to sell after maybe the 4th or 5th candle here. So don't be surprised. This is a kind of a small candle right here. So, that may be trending to the downside as this candle shrinks right here. So you want to pay close attention to that if you have big money on that. So I can already see that this one's on the downslope. So this would be a small rally. And again, like I was saying, as predicted, as a red candle there, when we're on the downtrend. So people are selling off again, which is pretty predictable from what I know about these charts. J4SR is asking if I think that SpaceX will go 200, over 200 or 300. It's not likely. It's not likely that we see SpaceX do 200 plus anytime soon, based on what I see here today. But we are seeing a strong swing to the upside. We're seeing a little bit of pullback here. People taking some profits off those last 4 green candles. They were likely getting in here, or the retail trader side of things, at the bottom of this run down. The hill is a good place to get in at the bottom of the hill. You always want to buy in at the bottom of the hill, not the top of the hill. So many people get excited and they buy up here because they think, oh my God, it's going to go up and up and up and up. But you need to wait around to see where these candles come in. And most day traders will not buy in up here or up here. Especially this long of a run right here when the chart first went active. But we're seeing some movement here in the past couple of hours with massive downswing, some selling, some minor profit taking in a couple areas in the past 35 minutes. And the volume is less over time this afternoon because obviously most of the trading happened in the first 30 minutes of the day usually, and then they're off to the beach. So most everybody's out to the beach right now, and have already taken their profits. Some people are going to go long on this. I've checked with other traders like over on Trader TV just to see what their positions are as well, and we're seeing right now that Neil's in on Spice for a short, and we don't have any positions now. They're not trading on SpaceX right now, which gives you a good clue that there's not a big movement. So as a day trader, they're looking for the most movement to make the most profit. And you may see SpaceX rally on Monday morning, where I'm definitely thinking that 9:30 when the bell rings on Monday morning, that SpaceX is going to see a second massive move right when the bell rings. So I can almost guarantee that with and mainly this is based on today's movements of SpaceX. So if we look at these charts for today, this is a really great first initial IPO launch. So you're going to see more good news, and that good news is going to lead to a great Monday. So I'm predicting a very good Monday coming up for SpaceX. Absolutely, it'll be in the green on Monday, especially the first 2 to 3 hours. And I don't see it dropping. Someone said earlier in the chat it may drop down to $70. Not going to happen. Definitely not going to happen, because SpaceX honestly has been one of the top performing space companies as far as positive launch. I wouldn't say as far as profitable. I would be very cautious investing big money into a company that's not profitable. That doesn't make sense in the financial sector. But for the popularity of this stock is where it does make sense. And we're not seeing major moves, you know. There's not like a huge sentiment out there to, oh my God, sell SpaceX right now. We need to get out of this because it's tanking to the floor. No, you're seeing it hold. You're seeing it hold and grow over the afternoon. Even from the initial high, it's higher right now than it was from the initial high. And a lot of times with these IPOs, what happens is you have this initial high, and then it's a massive sell-off and continues to go down to the floor below the opening number here, and then it never regains. So this one's actually done the opposite. It went to the daytime high and exceeded the daytime high for the rest of the day, uh, except for the exception of the sell-off here. And on the second rally, almost took the high of the day right there, but then continued on to go well above the high of the day there. So the current high of the day is 176.52. Right now we're at 168.96. And so people are taking profits on that small little gain right there that they bought in on. And so what I think is going to happen right now is you're going to see it's likely going to, what I think it's going to do right now based on what the MACD shows me down here, is that it's going to level out right through here. We're going to see some leveling off here. And then depending on buyer sentiment, obviously we're going to have maybe a second rally, because the trend for the last 4 bars right through here has been to take some profits. So as those profits drop, the price of the stock drops, more opportunities are out there for people to buy back in, and you'll probably see another short rally. I feel like the rest of the rallies for the remainder of the day are going to be fairly short rallies. Hey, FX, thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you hanging out, making some comments in the chat. This has been a fun day of following SpaceX. And my fears are pretty much subsided with the stock in general, because I thought it was really going to be, in crypto sense, what they call like a pretty massive rug pull. Because, there's that feeling out there that Elon's out to get everybody. So, be wary of Elon in some circles. But I don't know Elon personally, so that's yeah, small green candle there on the upswing again. Looks like this trend line is doing a little bit better than leveling off right here. We're coming probably back up to a meeting point on the MACD, which means that it's probably going to make a move to the red, most likely. I've been fairly right watching the charts today, so if you've been following along, hopefully if you were listening to some of the commentary on this stock, that you made some money today. Yep, and as I was mentioning, it's on the massive downside on this candle. Is quite a bit bigger than the last four. A lot of people taking profits on those last candles here. So let me know in the chat if you're watching along, and let me know if you are profitable on SpaceX today or you are in the red. Fly-by-wire C says, beautiful chart for an IPO. I absolutely agree. If you heard what I was saying earlier, most IPOs usually make an all-time day high right at the launch, and then they put back to the bottom and they never recover. And we should be proud of this stock today because it didn't have a huge rocket to an all-time high and then drop to a non-recoverable low for the rest of the day. Usually that's what happens with pretty much all IPOs. They all rally up, everybody buys, sell, and they go to the beach. No one today really. Some people went to the beach, as you can see, because the volume continually goes down after the first hour. The data became available, and now a lot of people are, they took profit for the day and they're done. But there is quite a crowd still hanging out, doing some small trading in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rallies right there, small rallies, and this is just fractions of percentages. But if you have a big investment into a position, you may, depends on how much you have into a position for SpaceX today, you may be making thousands of dollars on even a small percentage move. If you put 25,000 in and you make a 0.5% of 25,000 and then you pull out and make profit on that, that's a pretty good return. So now we're seeing definitely the MACD as crossed right here. I was telling you that positive sentiment is on the downside here. You can see it turn red at the bottom of the chart right here. So now it's definitely turning to the downside. So you're going to see some numbers go down for a bit. And that's quite a few red candles there for that sell-off. Now if we zoom way in, you're seeing that first green candle pop up again. So the sentiment is changing after all this red right here. You don't ever want to just drop thousands of dollars in on top of this first candle, by the way. Don't do that, because it just is easily turned back into a red candle because of all this fear back here, all this sell-off. So watch out for that. This could be a false flag. And we have a lot of people who are completely out right now and off to the beach. So we're not seeing any drastic, quick changes in volatility. I do see a small green one popping up right here. I don't know if you can see that on the screen, but there is a secondary green candle here, but it seems to be leveling out on the MACD right here, so it could possibly go back down again. There's not a high volume on that second green buy-in. We'll just wait and see what happens. This may be a good opportunity to get back in after such a long sell-off. Second green candle, very slow this time, up to 168.45. It's trying to make moves. This is a very small window. So what I think is going to happen in the next couple hours is you're going to see very slow movement like this, but I do believe there's going to be an end of the day rally where people come back to their desks and they're like, okay, let's get back in on this. And this is the last hour of the day. I think it's going to probably see the most. I think you're going to see an increase of volatility down here in the last hour of the first day of SpaceX. We got a third candle there. It's a very good position to be in if you did get in on that second candle now. So you're turning over a profit right now if you did get in on that second candle. Remember, don't buy in on the first candle because it could be a trap. And I've seen the second candle be a trap. So it's kind of hard to know. But if you watch some of these indicators down here, it'll kind of give you an idea of what's happening before it happens. So you can, what you do is you look back and you look at the historical data back here, and it gives you an idea of what's probably going to happen in the future. So now we're in the green on the fourth candle up, and we'll see how high that rallies, because that means that on this last green bar down here in the volume, that we have quite a bit of buying right here on this third candle. So that affected us into the fourth candle right there, and then we're still in the green right there. So, somebody was asking me earlier what I think it might go to today. I mean, it possibly could go up to maybe 173, 174, and 175 on the high, possibly. I mean, it could rally hard one last time, but I don't think we're going to get above 175. If we got above 175, I would be amazed. That would be one of the most amazing moves. But, smaller stocks have done bigger moves. And I guarantee you there's more people watching this stock right now than any time in the stock market's history. Even though this looks like everybody went to the beach, they're still hanging out close by. They haven't left the building yet. So wait for it. But if you got in somewhere around here and you're eventually wanting to take profit and you don't want to go in for the weekend, you could go have a drink, have a sandwich, part of a sandwich, and then come back and decide whether you're going to hang out for the weekend or you're going to take profit before the bell rings. What would you guys do? Let me know in the chat what you're thinking. Are you going to stay in through the weekend, or are you going to kind of pull out before the bell rings and take your morning profit? Got a red candle popping up on the end down there, so looks like may see it start to level off a little bit. It's not big movements right now. Very small movements. The money is moving very slowly, but still on the upside. That red candle turned to green now. 0.2% on the rise on SPCX right now. And so we got six green bars now. So how much higher could it go? That's a pretty steep rise there on the MACD as far as what we've seen. This was a little slower than what's happening here. So people are really ready to buy back in right here on this latest move. Yeah, so you should be profitable today. I mean, it's very likely that most people are profitable today, and no one's losing as much as I was thinking. So that's good. I'm happy for all you guys, because it looks like currently you guys are in the green. Constitution 1789 says, prepare to be amazed. I'm kind of already amazed that this thing didn't tank as much as I thought it would. Constitution, honestly. I thought it was going to really be almost like a meme stock, you know what I mean? Because this looked like a meme stock. It looked, is this real? But judging by all this data, it's very real. So Elon may not be full of the brown stuff. This guy's not actually shooting from the hip as much as you would think, because we see public support for SpaceX. And so now we may see that Elon becomes even more arrogant. He may whip out the chainsaw again. He may have himself a red chainsaw all over again. Who knows? Back on stage. No, I don't think he's coming back to that spotlight. As you know, he won't be seeing these numbers if that happens again. So it was good to kind of pull back, focus on the company, and get back to work. Sometimes politics is not the answer for businessmen, especially when you have the world's largest companies. Top 10. But again, SpaceX is not profitable. But people obviously have faith in it. And let's check in on our guys over at Trader TV and see what positions up. Looks like Neil's back into a short on SpaceX. He's $4 in the money right now, or no? Let's see, 407. Let's see. Just checking on where I am. Oh yeah. Bang. Nvidia. Sean on the short on Nvidia. I don't mess with Nvidia much because I feel like it is moving a little bit slow. SpaceX is continuing to the upside. We've got some very small candles here, which tell me it may be starting to level out. Yep, starting to level out and drop off right there after that initial buy-in. So people are taking some massive profit right now. The fear is taking hold of some people, and they're hitting the sell button. Sell, 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 sell. What does Kramer say? Sell, 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 sell. Second candle, boom. Boom. And they're out. And honestly, like, it looks like this is a great day for going long. I mean, yes, it's easy to take profit on a trade for SpaceX today because you have a lot of highs and lows and a very slow, predictable candle action here. Easy to watch the MACD on this one because of the volume. And it's easy to spot the sentiment. Looks like we're about to cross paths again down here on the MACD. So that means that we're going to probably, possibly if we do make this cross here, we're going to continue to see a downtrend. 169.37 seems to be holding out at this price level for the past 15 minutes or so. Half an hour ago, it's back up to 172, down to 168. But I do think we're going to see it rally back up into the 170s for the final push. But we still got a lot of time in the marketplace. So for right now, people are just kind of playing around with this. They're not being real serious about any kind of major drops. I don't see a real giant institutional, billion-dollar candle here anywhere. But this could absolutely be some institutional buy in and sell out. Just not very big ones. Not like this one back here. These were some, yeah, some big boys, some whales back in this first 30 minutes of data. At least for what we could see. God knows what was happening back over here. Because we can't see any of this data, all that private stuff back there. Starting to take a little bit of a small rally back up to the upside. And such slow movements on SpaceX. What a safe day with SpaceX. All right. I'm not mad at you, Elon. There's a lot of Tesla stickers around that say I bought this before Elon went crazy. People recently have been telling me about all the kids with different women that Elon has, and how he's trying to make just a bunch of offspring. It's hard to say what trillionaires do in their spare time. Because if I was a trillionaire, I wouldn't be streaming on YouTube, that's for sure. What would I do if I had $1 trillion? I may build rockets. That seems like, I think feeding the hungry, getting medical supplies to people that need them the most, and medicine and drugs. I think the World Kitchen is one of the coolest things ever. If you've ever heard of the World Kitchen, I think I would be definitely doing some charitable things like that on a grand scale, and that would be so meaningful. Because sometimes when you have extra money to share with other people who need it more than you do, it's a very good feeling. It always feels better to give than receive. We got some rally to the upside. Now we're back up above 170. What was I telling you guys? It's going to happen. I'm going to get back up into the 170s. We'll see if this lasts, but it looks like the MACD down here is kind of making a nice little direction change to the upside right there. We'll see how this third candle hangs in there. And yeah, people are taking more profit right now. People are making a little more profit to the upside. And people aren't taking like massive profits unless they're dropping in huge amounts of cash on these shorts today. So over at Trader TV, we have Neil is still in on a short. He's also in on SMCI. We could check out SMCI as well. Sean is in on NVIDIA and SpaceX again. Sean got back in at 169.23. Looking pretty good. I don't see these charts as particularly scary today, which is it's really great. I think there was more post-market fear than actual market fear. Once this thing got rolling and we saw how actually stable it is, that's good. Now, what could happen based on this data right here? So if we look back to about, say, 2 hours ago for the high of the day, 176.52 on the high, down to 169 right now. I mean, it is possible that it continues on the downtrend because we got to an all-time high, a couple of hours ago. And so it could be on the downslope. There could be a few more tidbits of profit to make. You could ride it out through Monday, but it is based on what I see here, this trend right here. It could continue to the downside over the weekend, and then it could possibly shoot way up into the 170s again Monday morning, maybe 175, because it got up to 176 today. So I could absolutely see it getting back up to 176 for the high of the day on possibly Friday, maybe 173. I feel like it's going to rally hard on Monday morning because Monday mornings are pretty predictable. Everybody's ready to go. And when people get in on Monday morning, look at this chart right here. So this first part of the chart right here. So people got in, they're waiting to see. And then people saw the second one. And as predicted, after they saw the second candle rally, everyone's like, oh, hell yeah. And so they got in now on the second one here. And because of the height of this wick, and then everyone just rode it on the way up here, little pullback, and then on the way back up to the high there for the morning in the first 15 minutes. So saw from 150 up to 168 on that first rally. And you see all the volume there for the day. Pullback, second rally, and then leveling off for 45 minutes or so. On the uptrend again to the daily high. And now we're on we're a bit on the downslope now toward the end of the day. So it may settle in around 165 by the end of the day. So between now and the end of the day, you're going to have to make a decision whether you're going to go ahead and take profit on what you started possibly this morning, this afternoon, depending on what coast you're on. And the cool thing is you can kind of sit back and wait a little bit. You don't have to react so fast to the changes on this SpaceX stock because of the volume. So now we got 5 red candles there, 3 green on the last mini rally. So from this point to here, we do have a more of an uptrend. You can see down here in the MACD, it is trending back upwards. So we'll probably have a little bit of a dip here, and then maybe, hopefully, what we'll see toward the end of the day is this rally back toward the upside. But it's hard to know because the market is unpredictable. That's what makes it so fun. That's what makes people really scared of it as well. But if you're in for the short, it really depends on what stock you're on to. Looking at AMD today too. Let's just check back in on AMD because I think AMD was doing really well today until it wasn't. But look at this rally. This rally right here was incredible. 511 all the way up to 521. And then people were like, oh, hell yeah. So they took profit right here. But if we look at the 5-day, go back and look at the 5-day for AMD. Quite a rally this week, all this week. Competitor to NVIDIA. So I'm a fan of this one. If you don't know about AMD, you should definitely watch this one. Okay, we'll go back to the 1-day, 1-minute chart on SpaceX. And right now we're at 169.36. We got a little bit of upswing to the upside. Not a lot of big moves right now. Just about time for a siesta, guys. I've done my best to cover this morning for you. which has actually been much more of a pleasurable morning than what I was thinking. I thought this was going to be a complete slaughter. But definitely not. It's it's looking very predictable and profitable for most people. And I talked about before, if you're just joining us now, like you're looking at something that has been stable throughout the day. You're looking at something that has been profitable, predictable, easy to trade. So with that said, you're going to see more positive news on SpaceX this afternoon based on the charts because people have already analyzed all this action. It looks good. Several big rallies, some leveling off, another mini rally here toward the end of the day. And I think it's probably going to rally a little bit further before the bell rings. And so your last chances to take some profits will be within the next 60 minutes. So we got 2 on the green right now. MACD is leveling out, coming in on the 3rd candle right now. Looks like we're headed back down into the red though. So watch out. This is a fake rally. Come on, MACD, prove me wrong. I'd love to see a rally to the upside for all you guys. I want to see your money grow. Come on, SpaceX. Let's see an institutional buy-in. Bring profits to everybody. Come on, Bezos. You think Bezos bought any of this stock today? Wouldn't that be funny? You know, he would almost be a fool not to turn some profit on this today. I'm sure his guys are sitting in an office somewhere with their algorithm traders, automatic bot trading at the mega millionaire level, not sitting over here on Thinkorswim or any of these retail trader platforms. They have the bird's eye view. We have the ground view. Can't really see over the hill. We don't have a drone view, so to speak, on the stock market like they do, which seems kind of unfair. Let's see how Neil and these guys are doing over here. Looks like Neil's still on short for SpaceX. Or Sean on short for SpaceX. 169.38 he bought into. SPCE. It's another company. Let's check out SPCE. I believe that is the for Virgin Galactic. Virgin Galactic doing a little rally. Big sell-off though. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of that one. SpaceX down to 167 now with a quite a big drastic move. Okay. A little bit of pullback right there. And quite a big downswing to negatives. Negative territory down to 168. A little bit of positive action there at the bottom of this one. So you probably start to see some trend to the upside here. The MACD probably swing her back around. It's a pretty hard sell-off right here. A lot of people kind of having the end of the day fear. But I'm pretty sure we'll see a end of the day rally. Down to 167. Almost $10 below the high of the day. It's a pretty big move, considering what the high of the day was. And you just want to watch it. Down to 167.20. 167.38, 32. Seeing some leveling off there. That candle shrinking just a little bit. Some of the end of day sell off happening. Let me know in the chat if you're going long on this today. You're going to keep in through the weekend. So it'd be a hard sell off right now, right before the end of the day. It may not recover, but we'll see. See if there's a final rally above this low of the past 20 minutes, 30 minutes, down to 165. And this may reach the lower levels, what we had before. We'll have to see. I'm seeing it on the MACD start to level out on the downtrend. Starting to pull back up just a little bit, because here is an opportunity for people to jump back in after they made profit on that pretty big downswing. So at 166, you're probably going to see it start to level off a little bit. Let's get back on that 1 minute chart here. And just hang in there, folks. Ride the wave. 167.18, 167.12. So here's a great entry level down at the bottom of this sell-off for a lot of people, if they're looking to get that last hour final rally, because I believe this is definitely the beginning of the final rally. So you can see this MACD at the bottom down here starting to level off down here. And this side of the bar action here is going to start to, you're going to see red bars that get smaller here, here, and here, probably all the way out to here. And then we're going to make a cross section again on the MACD, and then you're likely going to see another rally. We'll see if this next rally is as big as the last sell-off, though. That'll be the big question. And right now it's moving extremely slow, but you see what I was just telling you. There's a green bar already popping up. So people are buying back in. And we'll see if we get enough action here to create a second, third, and fourth candle. Do you see some leveling off down there on the bottom MACD indicator? Good news. It just dropped down again back to the downside. A bit of a buy-in at what people thought was the bottom. So I don't think we're going to make it into the last hour of this rally. So I've been on here for quite a few hours now, trying to cover most of this and make sense of it for a lot of people. Um, but I feel like there will be a fairly good sell off at the end of the day here. People are going to want to try to take profit on such a great day, looking back at what's actually happened. So, it did look good today. It's a lot less than what I was worried about, which is great. So yeah, now we're looking pretty good for the day. A lot of people should have made money today, and there shouldn't be uh, any real hard feelings about the way SpaceX performed today. I'm not upset about it. So now we'll go into this last hour, and I'll leave you guys here. Hopefully, you enjoyed the coverage, and maybe we'll see you Monday morning if we decide to get in on the stream on Monday morning. And as always, this is just educational use only, and not any financial advice. But just for fun and just for watching what's happening with the world's biggest IPO. It's just been kind of crazy today. I appreciate all you guys hanging out today. It's just been a little bit different on the channel today, but also tech related and a lot of fun. So if you like tech stuff, be sure to subscribe on the channel and stay tuned. I'll bring you more tech stuff and reviews and drone tutorials and reviews coming up on the channel, guys. Take care. Good luck for the rest of the day, and I will see you on Monday. Bye-bye.